Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the Valorant challenges for Oceania. It is day number 2 coming into stage 2 right now. I'm Dion Komodo, if you guys know me, ready to jump onto the show for this stage. And of course, Pilski is making a return after yesterday. And Pilski, I want to start off with a very, very difficult question, a very opening question into this broadcast. How you doing this Friday evening?
I'm doing good, man. I had a good day, you know, walking around with dogs and stuff. I was sitting on the water. I was relaxing, and now I'm ready to get super pumped up for the games today. I kind of flipped my schedule around, you know, got the relaxing in earlier on, and now I'm ready to work, you know.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. But of course, we need to see how the work is actually going to work around here, right? How this tournament does exactly play on out. And as we do know, we are in stage 2 right now, not stage 1.
Yeah, so stage 1, you know, we were just playing for the prize money. We had the top 8 group with the top 6 going through towards the playoffs. The other 2 teams that didn't make it into the playoffs got relegated into some open qualifiers. Now here in stage 2, we did have a couple of open qualifier teams come through to play in this second top 8 group. A couple of other teams, you know, not being able or eligible to compete means that we've had a couple of different names come into this stage. And now we've got our top 8 who are all playing off for a spot over at Ascension to play against amongst the best in Asia. So that's going to be quite a tall task for any Oceanic team that makes it there. But, you know, we've still got plenty of games before we find out who that is.
Indeed. So exactly one team will be getting that Ascension slot, but every team will get a little bit of cash. And how much cash? Well, we do flip it on over to this graphic. It's 50,000 Australian dollars yet again, like last one, with first place taking home the 14K, but as well as that Ascension slot.
Yeah, and then obviously we do have the prize pool going all the way down to 8th. I think 4th to 8th is probably going to be pretty tight this time around. I think there's a pretty clear top 3 that I'd expect to come first, second, third, thereabouts, and get, you know, 7 to 14 grand. But the rest of the teams playing off for a smaller difference in the prize money and a bit of prestige.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And of course, now I mentioned that today is day number 2. We had some games that were played yesterday, 2 best of 3s. And of course, we had some things happen in those series, some cool things, some cool Valorant.
Yeah, for sure. I think, look, Cooper Troopers Mammoth was the first series. They played each other a fair bit last season, and I think they finished pretty similarly across the table. If I remember correctly, last stage, Dion, I felt like Mammoth kind of outperformed Cooper Troopers. They at least put some decent map upsets together, and they did actually pick up Ascent, which is a map they did super well on last stage, so I wasn't surprised to see it. But Cooper Troopers were able to actually complete a pretty convincing reverse sweep, I would say, and were actually able to put Mammoth away at the end of the day.
Yeah, and of course, a couple of different names coming into these rosters compared to the last stage as well. We've seen a couple of our players from a large variety of rosters actually go international as well. So it always is going to bring a bit of a change up. And then some new names coming in as well, right? We've got XYZ that's a bit new, and we've got Nerd Punt. Familiar with the players under a new name.
Yeah, XYZ, I think, look, they started off with some decent rounds. And I honestly, watching the players, I saw them in some off-season events at the end of last year as well. Watching some of the players, I think there's definitely some potential there. However, they just really lack a lot of experience. They were making a lot of fundamental errors, and Nerd Punt is more than good enough of a team to be able to punish you for that. After, you know, a good round or 2 here and there, Nerd Punt, I would say, winning a very convincing game. And honestly, you know, you saw that Odin spray down through smoke. You see that shot through smoke from Fedar. They were doing some classic gimmicks, getting away with absolute murder. But more on from that, they just played a much more solid game of Valorant than their opponents did, and they kind of put them away quite convincingly.
Yeah, and of course, here are the standings for what we've had so far after yesterday's games. We'll figure out in the middle of the pack who is going to get that 1-0 and who is going to get that 0-1 as we do proceed through this group stage. Yeah, Nerd Punt, Cooper Troopers taking away those victories. I 100% agree with you on that Mammoth versus Cooper Troopers state as well. I think overall, I get a tending towards Mammoth, where I would think they're probably going to take the dub, but it just so happens that Cooper Troopers were able to. So well placed out for them. And I'm interested to see, you know, kind of moving along, how the rest of these games are exactly going to be playing out. And of course, playing out individually, that leads us on to our top 5 players for what we did see in yesterday's games.
Yeah, I mean, you had Feta doing Feta things. Not surprised to see that. I think Dark and Vex putting in some decent days at the office, despite the fact that I think Dark was on the losing end of things, pretty close in terms of individual performance to what Vex was outputting. Those are two kind of duelist players on some lesser known teams that definitely had some decent individual skill. Milky had a good day at the office. Main had a good day at the office, despite losing to I think he was playing Nerd Punt and he was playing for XYZ, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
I might be misremembering that. So, I think he's done pretty well individually. We'll keep an eye on some of these players as we move a little bit deeper in the competition, because it's only 1 week of play. It's nothing to get carried away about.
Absolutely. And of course, I did mention, we've got some games to play today. It was those teams in the middle of those standings, but who exactly are we going to be seeing face off against who? Well, start off today, we've got Fun Crew versus GZL, a roster with some new players making it into this tournament right now. So it's going to be cool to see what they're going to be able to do. And then I guess more of a known quantity, some players that we've seen before to close out the night with 95X and the Who.
Yeah, I think, look, GZL, we've seen some of these players kicking around for a while in like the tier 2 scene. Maybe some of them might have had like a season of VOT or something like that under their belt. Can't really remember too closely, but it's not like these are completely fresh players to competitive play. They have some experience behind them. I think in both of these matchups, though, that can be said. You can say the same thing about the Who. However, in both the case of GZL and the Who, they're playing probably some of the better teams, some of the teams that are expecting to come top 3 in this competition. So it's going to be a rough day at the office for them. I don't expect them to win their series, but my question is, this early on in the season, how well can they play against some of the better teams in Oceania? And that will help us kind of set the expectations for how we expect their season to go.
Yeah, no, I agree with that one. And of course, following on from that, if they're going to be playing against other teams, who are those teams, right? Who's on these rosters? So we'll start off with Fun Crew. We got Mike, Easy, Norton, Scroll, and Fleshist, 5 returning players from last stage.
Yeah, I mean, Mike coming over from 95X is an interesting one. I thought he was doing quite well in the Senti role over there, so we'll see what he's going to be doing on Fun Crew. Easy, retiring, unretiring, playing, not playing, who knows at this point. Scroll, Norse, and Fleshist, just a solid core of this team that has kind of made Fun Crew a team that, regardless of what iteration we're talking about, is still just doing damage and making deep runs in the domestic competition.
Yeah, a lot of fans, I'm sure, behind the Fun Crew roster, but maybe we've got some new fans coming up for the new players that are going to be in our second one. It's GZL here.
Yeah, so this is a group of players that we've seen, like I said, kicking around for a while. Some of them even have, tier 1 domestic experience in terms of playing things like FOT and whatnot, or they're playing, the tier 2 competitions or the off-season events. They're kicking around in ranked, doing pretty well for themselves. Question kind of remains, though, playing in this, tier 1 domestic competition, playing against some of the better teams. We all know that these players can play good Valorant. They understand how to play the game to a decent level. Can they put together a team that is good enough to be competitive? And how's their macro understanding of the game? How do they play off of each other? This all kind of remains to be seen.
Yeah, and of course the game is going to be able to show us that tonight as well. I think looking into it a little bit deeper, it's going to be a good showing for GZL for what they're going to be able to do against Fun Crew, who have this main core from last stage, but a little bit of a change up with some new players coming to that name. But head to head, Pilsky, now you had the pick of which players we're going to see in this one, and you've gone with Scroll and Mateo.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what roles Mateo is going to be going into. I think his name previously was Suave. Both of these players are players that I think can play like an initiator role and actually output a decent amount of fragging and have some good impact and throw good util. So that's kind of why I put them head to head. But like I said, as we kind of get to know these teams a little bit better and what roles they're playing, we can kind of flesh out who is actually playing head to head in what roles and in what capacity. So that'll definitely be something to kind of keep an eye out. I'm interested to see who on this GZL roster is going to be in good form, who kind of plays what role and who's going to be taking more space in the team and all those kind of things. Because like you look at a roster like this and you think, yeah, these guys could be competitive if they're actually taking things, relatively seriously, maybe putting some prac in and kind of keeping their head screwed on if they can keep a strong mental and trying to compete. But those kind of things don't always end up lining up, unfortunately.
Yeah, I got a bit of an idea of what a couple of those players might be in the role capacity. I've had the pleasure and experience of playing with Kalashnikov when I was, kind of meandering around a little bit a while ago in this game. And they've played in a couple of tournaments outside of challenges as well. So we might have a bit of an idea of where they're looking to go into that. And I guess that can kind of lean into the map pool as well on where we're thinking these teams are actually going to be going. Because if we're thinking Fun Crew, it's probably Icebox, which it is. And for GZL, I was going to say it's probably going to be something like a Pearl or a Lotus. But Fun Crew in banning out Pearl means that they've got their first choice of Lotus. So I think this is kind of cool to see where these teams are shifting towards. Do we get Fun Crew that's been ever so dominant on this map coming out today again? And what do they kind of have for us on Lotus?
Yeah, it's an interesting kind of map pool that GZL likes to lean towards. They did lose Lotus to Next Gen recently. They tried it in the open qual. So they've got a couple of reps on it already. Will be interesting to see how that kind of plays out. They've played also Icebox, and they actually beat Next Gen on Icebox in the quarters of that 95X event. So that's not too bad of a scalp to be taking. Maybe they can kind of keep their heads screwed on and play a decent Icebox. Then, you never know. They could try and be competitive with Fun Crew. Fun Crew's only really lost to 95X on this map recently, which was, I think, semis of the last regional playoffs. So they should be all right with that. They played Lotus twice against Next Gen and lost it both times. So we'll keep an eye on how they should be going on Lotus. But especially bringing in some different players, some different roles for Fun Crew, it does give you a little bit of concern. GZL, I don't expect them to be a pushover team by any stretch of the imagination. So, I'd assume that they are going to make Fun Crew work for this a little bit. And I like the approach that they're kind of taking to the map pool.
So I guess looking from outside into this game right now, while we do have a little bit of time before we get into Lotus to start this off, are you thinking that we're going to be able to get into the third map, or are you thinking just in pure capacity that we know already what Fun Crew have kind of done throughout last stage that they might be able to take this tour?
I think that there's a possibility we end up in the third map, and I think it entirely depends on how Fun Crew plays. That's the honest truth. I think GZL is going to bring a decent level no matter what, and they're going to play some decent Valorant here. But I do think that regardless of the roster shakeups, the quality of the players on Fun Crew is good enough to probably put GZL away 2-0 if they're playing decently. But if they're not in good form, or they're taking things a little bit slow, or GZL are going to be able to catch them off guard a little bit, then this is probably even a losable series in my mind for Fun Crew.
That's an interesting one as well, because I think for Fun Crew, that's one of the teams that we're probably looking towards being a tight contender to get that Ascension slot, right? And I think if they can get this one under their belt nicely, get a couple of good victories, and maybe we get in toward that playoffs area and they're getting a good slot, they have a good run, they could really make it far. And I think for me as well, one of the things I'm looking out for is when we move on, of course, the Bind versus Icebox thing that's been going around on Twitter at the moment. Bind is going to be coming in and its Icebox is going to be going out. I actually wonder, with Fun Crew being that staple Icebox team, is how much of an impact is that actually going to have on them and their game plan going through this tourney?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we've talked about in other games in the past, where one team is very strong on a map, it goes out of the pool. It can definitely be a nerf to some teams that really rely heavily on that map. And I do think that Fun Crew have at times kind of struggled with map pool a little bit and over relied on the strength on Icebox. So that's going to be something that they're going to have to kind of work through and see how it goes a little bit later on into the season. Because I think the last stage, especially with the roster that Fun Crew had, I was kind of thinking they were an outside shot at winning it, and then they kind of bombed out in underwhelming fashion, not really even making it that deep in terms of the split. And now that they're making roster changes, I'm kind of quietly concerned. They're still kind of cycling their way through some pretty good players, so I think they're going to be just fine, especially making it into playoffs. But I'm kind of waiting to see, like, are they going to get like a solid, stable 5 together, and how do they look when they're playing, before I can kind of inform an opinion, like, are they going to be good enough to contest for Ascension? Because I feel like 95X, you know, despite how much they were putting in terms of crack and whatnot, like their roster is looking scary, man.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, before we can get into Icebox, we're going to be starting off on Lotus. I guess something to note as well coming into this, it is the choice of GCL and Fun Crew have picked to start on attack. So take that for what it's worth, I guess. Let's see if we are going to get anything out of the ordinary in terms of the picks here. Now, I want to know from you, was there a pick of Gecko yesterday in any of the matches? Because we've got Gecko now.
There wasn't, but GCL last time they played Lotus in the 95X event, they did play Gecko. Okay. So I was expecting them to roll through with the same comp, and I believe that's what they've done for the most part. Fun Crew, on the other hand, playing something a little bit different. So I'm keen to see how this goes. You know, Gecko getting thrown in the mix, and you know, Suave or Mateo is going to be on that agent, so that's going to be something to kind of keep an eye on, see how he goes with it. When they played that Gecko comp, they kind of got domed by Next Gen on this map, but Next Gen is pretty solid on Lotus usually, so I don't know how much to read into that.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that, and I think this first pistol round is going to give us quite a good indication maybe on what the Gecko is going to be used for. Is it going to be the A pressure early on or not? So it does kind of look like that actually from Mateo at the moment.
Yeah, already trying to control A main, and they're going to go for a quick fight. Nice pick from Suave, and you're already going to see Fun Crew trying to fight quite heavily, trying to trade out, but aren't quite able to get on top of things just yet. Does seem like after everything, you end up in a 2-on-2 here, Dion.
Yeah, a very quick one out to the stretches of A, isn't it? 2-on-2 where you got Easy and Scroll running in with them controllers too, so that could be quite interesting. The Viper wall's already over to the A side of things, so if they do go towards C or B, it's not actually going to be available for Scroll anymore.
Let's start rerouting over towards that C side of the map now. You've still got one Nano there, which is something to keep an eye on for Unit. And we will see just this slow walk. You can see that the toxic screen has been up for Scroll, trying to deny info. You had the dark cover connected to the other side of the map, so that is kind of keeping GZL interested over on this side, and it should be a free site plant here. There you go. You've got the Nano gets taken out, so that's not going to be a concern. Easy's still got Paranoia here. No Snakebite or anything for Scroll.
Spike planted.
It is an open plant as well. Dark cover is going to come online for Easy, and it's going to be a challenge at the mound with this door opening up. Scroll is going to have to start to reposition a good one out from him, a blinding on towards Unit as well, and that door is just going to be a little bit difficult for him to try and navigate around as well. But with the frenzy, he's able to bring it into a 1-versus-1. What a pre-fire on a Scroll as well. Wow.
Missed opportunity off the back of that Paranoia. Like, that should have just been the round done and dusted. A couple of whiffed ghost shots. That should have been Fun Crew's round every day of the week. It was the perfect Paranoia out of Easy. Can't remember who was whiffing those ghost shots, but Yuna, that one was gifted to him. Even after that initial exchange with the Paranoia, you know, you had someone free peeking out in C main in the open, and then he kind of pre-fires the player at the double stack there who can't clean him up either. Beautiful clutch from him, but it has to be said, Fun Crew let that one slip through their fingers a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, Fun Crew is this kind of team that loves to go for a second round force here and there, so we'll see if they're going to continue to subscribe to that, or whether it is just what we're seeing. Instead, it looks like they want to invest in some sheriffs, try to do some economic damage here, Dion.
I'm just wondering as well, profiled over on the side of GZL, I'm assuming that that's going to be Kalash. But to start things off, I've been waiting for this Gecko to come on in. Maybe it's a little bit too early, as Mateo's already been taken out very rapidly.
Yeah, Mike on the chamber, it's going to be some scary stuff as well. Looking at the Lotus meta, you know, chamber sees a lot of play, and it's worth mentioning that, you know, some of Mike's best form was in the chamber meta. Look at this, exempt straight up inside the opposing toxic orb, does get traded by Norson, so there's a little bit of space to actually get into C here, and a toxic orb to provide them a little bit of cover, deals with the Nano as well. This could get a little dicey for GZL here.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is it going to shift into a retake at the moment? But the damage starts to come on out. It's actually going to deny the plant from going down as well. And GZL, they are fashioning themselves a fight before the plant even does go on down. Mike, a couple of opportunities squandered. Yuna still doing good things to get some damage in, and a spike in the open now makes things a little bit more problematic for Fun Crew. Starting to get mopped up. It's Norson for 4 though on the back of it. Wow, I did not actually see that one coming.
Yeah, turns it around. I mean, Fun Crew's so sharp on the Sheriffs, you can never count them out of a round. And that has been a economic reset there for GZL, getting upset by only like a limited investment, let's be real, out of the Fun Crew boys.
Well, it's worth its weight in gold, isn't it? You go in with that small investment, you get a round out the back of it. Norson gets a bit closer to the lockdown, and now you're in a round where you've got the big guns. You've still got, yeah, Norson down onto that Spectre, but you weigh these up on a scale and it should, you know, tilt favorably for Fun Crew.
Well, slow creep up this C-long area. Going to be A-long kind of forfeited. A-control forfeited. It is just the eco here for GZL. They're trying to get back on top of their economy at this point, because the game has not started well for them after dropping to those Sheriffs. And as for Fun Crew, you know, just a full investment. They're taking things, you know, slowly. Playing the anti-eco as you'd like to see. Going to start to see them off the back of the Trailblazer here. Get a little space over on B.
Guiding Light, getting some info. Exempt and Flesh just a 1-to-1 trade, and Exempt is going to be able to double down, nearly a triple, as Norson will take him out. These pistols certainly do start to get a bit more damage in this game. GZL 3-on-3, and the pressure is still building a bit around the B site. However, for Fun Crew, they start to tend towards C, and the Trailblazer gives that info.
Dizzy dealt with there by Mike pretty early on. Akana trying to trade out with this Frenzy, but, you know, no armor, gun disadvantage. Not really much they can do, Dion.
Nah, not really. And a right click of the Classic isn't going to get the job done, unfortunately, for Mr. Profiled either. So for Fun Crew, they'll lose a couple of players, they'll lose a couple of weapons there, Pilski, but ultimately they still win the round, right?
Yeah, I think good damage done by GZL, though. They're going to keep the economy a little bit more fragile, a little bit more breakable as we go a bit deeper into the half. Already Exempt getting the operator out, so going to see him try to find some impact early on. If he can even find one kill, he's going to guarantee himself a tour pretty early on the timing. It's going to be slow pacing here for Fun Crew, not really contesting A main. They're going to forfeit that over to GCL and see what they can do in the other parts of the map. Very early on, going to see the Trailblazer straight through, clearing out all of that part of the map. Scroll trying to use that Toxic Orb just to deny info and put a little bit of pressure over towards A lobby side, but you can see GCL have already set themselves up quite nicely with Profiled posted up from rubble.
Yeah, then as they fall back over at A, it's going to be the push up from Exempt. Not seeing anything just yet with this operator. Has an idea, though, that Easy has crossed, and I'm wondering if that was because of the Shrouded Step, because there's only one tick available for that on the UI. Missed shot of the operator, though. That gives up that info that it is over towards C.
Yeah, Mike on the lurk here as Fun Crew set up for this C site here. Exempt trying to pick down the numbers, but he's a great guiding light out of Questions. He's going to get Norson regardless, Dion.
Yeah, and he's one away from the tour de force as well, but if it does shift into a post-plant Pilski, yeah, an operator might be a little bit difficult.
They're cancelling here. They're going to reroute back to B. You can see Akana ready with the guiding light there to kind of contest that. I think Mateo's already got Thrash here, so he's going to actually look to try to detain them and deny them entry into B here, but he hasn't found anybody with it.
Nah, gonna go back and pick it up. 20 seconds. Doesn't know if there's anybody around the corner, though, so Profile's gonna throw a dark cover in. As Mike starts to peek onto the site, Guiding Light not going to be blinding anybody. Time is the crucial factor right now in this 1-to-1. Another Guiding Light from Akana picks up the second one. The plant, it starts to go on down. Paranoia provides an entry in, but there's that flank of Mike that you're talking about. Things go maybe from bad to worse, but with these trade frags starting to come a little bit quicker for GZL, the retake starts to happen, and it starts to happen quite nicely. All the members of Fun Crew dead, and that's going to tie things up.
Yeah, really good stuff. GCL is in total control there. Fun Crew really running down the timer. Didn't give themselves enough time to really reroute there. Didn't mind the ult out of Mateo either. He was pretty convinced that the reroute back towards the B side was pretty imminent. And Fun Crew, one of these teams where they often take things quite slowly. They'll run down the timer right towards the end of the clock. Even with 10 seconds to go, they don't feel too uncomfortable of going for all those site hits, which, look, can be a bit of a blessing and a curse. You can let the timer get away from you. Seems like getting a bit of a mixed bag here. Fun Crew can't decide what they want to do with their economy. Getting a couple of the boys really investing.
Early A aggression yet again. Starting to be a tendency from GZL. And they are technically winning it because Fun Crew have rerouted back to C again.
Yeah, you can see the Seekers popped and just a kind of quick C pop here. You can see the Omen trying to buy time with the Paranoia, and Fun Crew just going to bust straight through here.
Yeah, there's a lot on profiled right now, trading of the Paranoias, and it is going to hit him, so he has to try and get out of this one as Yuna contemplates putting it down on a lockdown. It is going to start to see Fun Crew all waltz into the side, a good little laying down of profile as he manages to escape with 2, but ultimately Fun Crew, they start to equalize as well. Not yet to establish a plant. They will be vulnerable when they do look to do so, but what is going to happen when the smoke fades? Mike misses the shot, Mateo gets easy, and now it's all on to Mike in a 1 versus 2. You can hear the pitter-patter as well of the old friend.
Wingman doesn't quite find him. He has got the tour out here, Mike. He's actually going to open the door, make them worry about the reroute back towards B, which is going to pull Mateo across.
30 seconds
he has to respect the fact that Mike can rotate here. So Exempt going to be left behind to just post up on an angle, which gives Mike a potential 1v1 to work with here.
There's no utility as well for Mateo at the moment. For Exempt, he does have that trademark. He's got his rendezvous, but he's just going to be posted up on this offline. He's going to win the duel as well.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Exempt, to be honest. I don't remember what role he used to play, but he's been looking pretty solid on the chamber here, not going to lie.
Yeah, it is an interesting thing seeing, you know, map dependent wise that it brings in an agent that, you know, people say got nerfed into oblivion, but yet is still quite viable in map design. It's always nice to see.
Crash says he's a jet chamber boy, so not surprised to see the opping prowess out of this man.
I think...
Fun Crew forced on the half bar now, so they're looking to do some damage. Gonna get the mosh in there straight away to try to contest a main control, but Mike so sharp with the headhunter, mate.
Yeah, he's catching a scalp, maybe a second one to come out for the side of Fun Crew. And this is looking a little bit awkward for GZL now. They finally see Fun Crew start to get a challenge over at Rubble. And it is going to still hold a bit of an advantage for Fun Crew at the moment. The flank not expected on towards Mateo. And now it's all on to Profiled. He was at C earlier on, finding some damage. But now he's over at the Alpha site. And it looks like Fun Crew are going to get away from that one.
Yeah, just going to regroup back towards B. It is winnable for him, realistically. Scroll holding the line. That is classic Vandal versus Phantom. Just gets one tapped, and end of the day, Fun Crew still put the pieces back together, get that thrifty across the board, and pick up 2 guns for themselves. So that's going to be a bit of an economic swing here. GZL cannot afford to replace a lot of the weapons that they just lost, and they're probably going to be forced on a save here as a result of that. So... that's just a rough position.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong as well. It was this map yesterday that had a couple of thrifties on it.
Yeah, it was. And look, GZL, they aren't forced to eco just yet. They can mix in the tour and get 3 guns up and only one sheriff, so...
Ooh, this might be a little bit quick. Over towards Rubble. Poison Cloud out. But what advantage can Fun Crew find around these toxins at the moment? Remember, they are scrolls, so they can drop them whenever they do want to. Trailblazer to spot out Exempt. They know where the tour de force is. They know where a couple of the focus members of GZL are. There's no flank coming out yet from the defenders either.
Nice to see Norson back on a sentinel role instead of Smokes, with Easy playing Smokes. I feel like Norson was always in his best form and probably like one of the best players in Oceania when he was playing that KJ, you know, Senti kind of role for Mind Freak. So I am quite happy to see that back in action. See, as Fun Crew have taken this A main control, they're just cutting the brakes. Norton's gone and rerouted back towards the B side of the map. Easy fake TPing up towards A, just unsettling GZL here with 40 seconds on the clock. Seekers are going to come out from the defense looking for info and get stuck in the door.
Yeah, that's one of the things that's quite rough when it comes to this map. They're just going to keep on trying to get through that door, and they cannot. So it's a wasted ultimate essentially right now, unfortunately. But as Una finds one in towards this B-side hit from Fun Crew, it is immediately equalized. A cheeky little position from Exempt in this dark cover, but with a tour de force, he would have to get a real sharp shot to come on out. And unfortunately, that's not going to happen. So Fun Crew starting to set themselves up to try and reclaim the lead once again. But moreover, Pilsky, these trade frags, they keep on coming out. Finally, Fun Crew say no to that, and it's all onto Akana. That should have been a gimme, but Squirrel hits him in the face.
Yeah, I think I'm seeing a similar story to the Lotus game yesterday where, you know, GZL, they've got some good players and I'm seeing some good rounds out of them and some good ideas. But when it comes to, you know, being able to put the thrifty rounds away, being able to keep the economy strong, keeping the consistency, Fun Crew is just, you know, a little bit better, a little bit stronger. And like I said, despite the roster changes, at the end of the day, this is still a team with Lawson, Mike, Scrawl, and Freshest on it. Easy's got tons of experience. Like, this is still just, you know, it doesn't matter what iteration of Fun Crew you're dealing with. This is still some of the top players in Oceania. And that's going to be a tough ask for anyone.
Well, Profile does have Phantom here, Yuna with a Judge, and the rest of them with the pistols. Exempt has also lost his life very early on. So if you are GZL looking for damage in this round, it's not the greatest start.
No. And Fun Crew just kind of turtling in spawn, more taps from Scrawl. The re-aggression on B main has not gone well. 2 players peeking B at the start of the round and 2 players getting 1 tapped. Now you're going to get the quick one off the back of the Trailblazers straight into the C site choke point. Judge does nothing. Good util from the initiator, just minimizing the risk there, making sure that they're not running single fire into a shotgun.
I guess at the end of the day as well, if you are Mateo, you're probably wanting to try and get your Thrash back online for Fleshes and Mike. You're both 1 away from your ultimates as well. So maybe hunting for these pistols is not the worst of idea as Norton finds Akana. It's not really going to equate to too much in this round, but now it is just Mateo. And whilst he finds his ult by the death, Mike is going to find it by the kill. So coming into round number 8, there's going to be a lot online. Yeah,
for sure. I think not really sure what the go-to kind of ults on this map would be, you know, where you're going to throw down the lockdown. But, you know, the combo of lockdown and pit is always a good one. You can kind of open up the round and shut it down. I'm assuming, you know, I haven't seen too much Gecko, but it seems like Thrash would be probably pretty good in the retakes.
Yeah.
Probably seems like the main application for it that I can see. It's like, again, GZL putting a premium on trying to control A main here. But it hasn't really been winning them the rounds, to be honest. They've again got A main control. And similar to what I've seen from Next Gen, a lot of other teams, after losing that A main battle, you often see these contacts pressure toward B, contacts towards C. So you're going to be under a fair bit of pressure here. Needs to make sure he can keep himself alive so he can throw this lockdown and make this retake a little easier.
Yeah, I think with Norton dropping his own, it might give a little bit of time for Yuna to realize the battle that's ahead. And in finding Easy, it does make things a little bit better for GZL come this post plant, because that's what's going to happen, right? It's going to be the post plant, and it's a bit of a deeper one too, all the way towards the spawn.
Spike planted.
Hit the spawn there, Dion, and they're going to play multiple from spawn. There's the lockdown. Flesh just gets 1 in the meanwhile, though.
Yeah, the Seeker's up as well, so there's a couple of ultimates that are just swirling around at the moment. Mateo pushing on in, drops towards Mike. They've got an idea that there's another player here in Yuna, but he can only get 1 as the pit does fall. Remember, it is planted towards the spawn, and Exempt able to find 1 or 2 versus 2. The smoke fades. They line up for Norton, and Fun Crew, they navigate that round well.
Yeah, beautiful usage of the ult. Exactly like I said, open up the round and shut it down. Even though they dropped Easy on the way into the site, just the lockdown in combination with the pit, comboing out the ults to make your best chance of closing the round. And they did a beautiful little post plant there towards spawn side. Wasn't something that GZL were really able to deal with, and as a result, they're going to again have to go back down to another half buy. Fun Crew just rolling with the momentum. Dude, please don't put Norton back on smokes. This is what I want to see all the time. Put him on the Senti, and I'll be happy.
Well, we'll see what he is going to be able to do in this round, where, you know, he does have the better weaponry. If he can make those stats look a little bit better to make Pilsky even more happier.
Dude, even, you know, Sinaway's got the Sentinel genes. It's just what they're meant to do. You know? Don't put them on a different role.
Well, yet again, it is Fun Crew's tendency to go towards the C side of things if they do feel like the pressure has built up around A. Bit of a trap at the moment by Akana and Profiled having the better weaponry for GZL positioned over there.
Yeah, I think we're going to be able to get into the C side here.
Pressure's in. Nothing from Yuna just yet. Nearly caught out in utility was Norson. But that plan is going to start to go down once more. It's the open one. They can look to defend it from the mound.
Yeah, could be a pretty easy post plant. They've got a pretty big gun advantage outside of every profile with the hero Vandal. Now going to get the door open and Trailblazer on through from Akana.
Yeah, it needs to be very well coordinated here for GZL if they're to be successful. A one-to-one trade still going to be favorable for Fun Crew at the moment. Cheeky from Fleshes to get into the dark cover as well. They're just not expecting this one, but they're doing well to at least try and find some damage. Shrouded Step at the right time from Profiled, but it has to come down to Exempt. He has to win this duel, and now it gets even more difficult because he's the only one there. Big effort to at least find that extra one, but again, round goes to Fun Crew.
Yeah, they're just rolling with it on this attacking side of Lotus. Makes me worried for this series, right? If they're able to get this much value out of the Lotus attack. Although you said they opted to start on this side. I mean, it's their opponent's map pick, so they must be feeling confident about their ability to make it work on attack. And so far, so good. It feels like they have a much better understanding of how to play the map than their opponents right now. Like, they are pretty unconcerned with this aim control most of the time, and they're able to make a lot of these rounds work.
And I'm thinking as well in pure agent capacity, when you're going to defense and you've got something like a Viper as well as an Omen, you'd think that blocking a lot of those angles might be stronger for Fun Crew. So already securing the half here on attack is very well worth.
Yeah, for sure. I think we've seen a little bit more Viper over towards C the last couple of games that I've been watching as well, just throwing the orb on the choke point. So in combination with the KJ, you've even got the chamber. It's like multiple center util and double controller. I would definitely agree with you there.
Noticing one of these things for GZL when they push over towards A, Rubble, that's really the only pushing they do. They're not trying to overextend anything out towards where Norton's currently playing. None of that Sky util is really being pushed out by Akana. But meanwhile, on the flip side for Questions, his util is essentially just assisted in Mike to get that kill. He's doubled down on the rope towards Yuna, and things are just going from bad to worse for GZL in this round. It's just on to Exempt and Akana, and you're in this situation, you're probably just immediately looking to a save.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to replace that operator, so I'm going to try to hold on to that one if possible. If he get 2 exits for himself, he could potentially get the tour up and throw the op over to someone else, maybe the Omen. So that might be something worth considering, but it's a bit risky. Fun Crew obviously quite incentivized to hunt here, but it could be a mistake. This is what I was saying. Their money means that they are incentivized to hunt, but do you really want to give this chamber access to a tour?
Yeah.
That might actually end up being a mistake.
We'll see if it does happen. Scroll is going to open them doors. You've got Mike starting to creep from the waterfall, but no one's really going too hard for a hunt in the tail end. Akana gets one and he falls, and it will be Exempt holding the operator. So it's not going to be a tour unless they push for an orb here, Pilski.
Yeah. I don't know what I would do here. I guess he just keeps it, right?
It's probably... Yeah, it's probably not a bad idea if they do look for a little bit of control with Exempt and Akana for a push, right? Because you've got an operator to hold a long line. Akana's one away from the Seekers. Maybe you put a bit of value on finding them.
In we go.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's going to be a tough round regardless, though. They got a bit of a mixed buy.
You want to play? Let's play.
You get the flash out here. Mike pulling out his own tour and getting on these A angles. Starting to make a little bit of a move over here towards Rubble, towards the door. You get a pretty deep info line here for Exempt, so that's going to allow the rest of GZL to stack pretty heavily towards this A side of the map. Here's the Trailblazer into B, apply some pressure, try to maybe draw out a bit of a rotation, which they have gotten Mateo over towards Heaven side there. Trailblazer coming back from the defense, looking for info over towards A. Does see Scrawl there, I think, at least, but I'm not sure if he saw multiple players there.
There's an opportunity at the moment for Fun Crew to find Exempt with the opening of that door, but they're not going to start to go through it just yet. Bit of a peaked interest towards the B site, though. Mateo does have a Sheriff, remember, so it's not the greatest weapon to go for a challenge. It is a great start, though, from Mike. Profiled and smokes down.
Yeah, Mike is in his element on Chamber, man. I would be scared to be playing against that, given what he did at the end of 2022 on that agent. He does get taken out by the Sheriff, though.
Bit of an off angle from Akana here. Paranoia, though, is going to get him. He's going to tuck in with the wall. Luna good for one. Flesh is on the trade. Akana has to double down at the moment, but it's not going to happen. He's still got an advantage for Fun Crew at the moment with this plant to go on down, but Flesh just is quite low. 30 HP, and Mateo, oh, I thought he was going to get taken out with the exchanging of those weapons, the pickup, but Precious now. This 1-on-1, 30 HP, remember, no extra utility, no guiding light, and a plant in the middle of the site as well. Where does Examp start to look? He's not guessing that the rotation's here from Precious, and he's completely misreading this one, isn't he? Exempt's checking in towards the tree. Precious back on the line. The attempted stick is not going to be there, and Precious is going to win that on 30 HP.
It's a whole lot of experience coming on in there, and that's why, regardless of what iteration of Fun Crew it is, they are still Fun Crew. Still going to make your lives very miserable in a series like this. And GZL, although you're seeing, you know, some decent aim here and there, the players are definitely, you know, solid. They're not quite ready for this match right at the start of the season, unfortunately, I don't think.
I think that is going to open the door for them to figure out, though, in an official capacity, what it feels like with this tournament being the name. You know, it's the Challengers tournament. It's the prestige tournament of our region. You're into it now, figuring out what that feeling is, going away with what you do, and, you know, getting that sense of what you need to do to try and progress, what you need to do to get some dubs.
Yeah, for sure. Sometimes it just breaks some players, like they realize, oh, they can't really hang in this kind of environment, as opposed to, you know, your pugs and things like that. Dizzy being used there by Mateo, going to get a little bit of C control, and he's going to take it back immediately. So this is what I was saying, a bit more Viper play over towards the C side. Orb's going to be used on that choke point, but it looks like GZL are considering a bit of a reroute, some pressure towards B before they set up for this C side hit.
No wingman, as remember, so they can't use that for the plant. It has to be a body to stick it for GZL if they're even able to get into it, because the C site now looks to be the attempt from them. You do have Scroll, you do have Norson, but a push in from Mateo. It's a pre-fire. It's not going to work out, but for the rest of the lads, it is working out quite nicely. A barrage of bullets coming through to the waterfall, but ultimately this plant goes down.
Yeah, you can see Akana, bit of a wide swing from him, 1-for-1 between Freshest and Profile. Akana trying to push forward. I'm surprised he's even gotten one there. Now a 1-on-2 for Freshest. He's got a guiding light to work with, but both of these players with Sheriff and Headhunter are playing from Mound.
Oh, now they've been spotted out, but it doesn't matter, does it? Exempts 2 quick ones out from the Headhunter, and that is the pistol round to GZL.
Yeah, that's what they needed though, Dion. Like, they needed to get themselves on the board nice and early on here, get on a roll, and make sure that they can continue contesting this series, because you drop the pistol, give Fun Crew double digits from a 9-3 start, you've got no room for error anymore.
Yeah, I'm just looking up a couple of the previous expeditions on Lotus from GZL, and it does look like that their defense was where their stronger suit was in one of their series, and for the other one against Next Gen, they weren't really able to do too much in that one. So I guess all things considered, you know, maybe if we're looking at what is the stronger side from GZL, to me, those 2 historical games from them, it doesn't really give me enough. So it's kind of going up against Fun Crew right now. They have to figure out in the mid rounds where their strengths are going to be. And now that they're on this attacker side, right, what does their mid round strengths actually equate to? Yeah,
I mean, you know, I'm always interested to see these kind of teams, and, you know, whether the calling structure is good. Like, how do their attacking sides actually look in comparison to the defense? Every team, I think it's team dependent. Like, some teams, you know, if they've got a strong RGL and a strong calling presence, they're going to be almost happier to play attack and set the pace and just organize themselves, and they can kind of run their own game plan. And then sometimes, you know, things can fall apart on the defense if you don't have the strong individuals, and sometimes it can be the opposite way around, where you might have some strong individual players and you don't have good kind of game plan and good calling, and your attack side can be a bit more of a struggle. And that's why I want to see a lot more of these teams, you know, playing in challenges, even though we do get maybe a lower quality of teams overall. We get to know a lot more of the kind of grassroots players in our scene, I would say.
Yeah, of course. You know, guys, this is a technical pause. You saw that appear on the screen. We are going to throw it to a quick little break, because it does look like someone's PC has unfortunately had a bit of a blue screen issue. So we'll look to rectify that one, and we'll be back with this game as soon as that's back online.
Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her, you can save her.
You come this far, then you know what's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy XenoJ here, joined by the grand finale that is Timprovised as we head into the final 2 episodes for The Last of Us, and now streaming on Neon, episodes 8 and 9. And Tim, what do you think?
The light right there, the fireflies fluttering at the end of the tunnel, and we're right there, brother.
If we leave her out here, she'll die.
Now with episode 8, we've come off the back end of episode 7, where Joel is still recovering from a grave injury. This has led to Ellie having to be the hunter for the pair, and she runs into a couple of people known as David and James, who come from a community that might not be what they think they are.
It's creepy. It gives the culty vibes.
Yeah, it does. Episode 9 sees Joel and Ellie finally resume their journey and finally end up at the location they're trying to reach, which is the Firefly headquarters.
There's a lot of brutal stuff that went down, and it's absolutely brilliant and beautiful.
We also like to talk about our memorable moments. So what would those be for you in episode 8 and 9?
One of the things that I really loved was the maturity level of Ellie from when we first met her to now. And the one moment that clicks with me is when Joel tries to give her an out. Because I think Joel's worried. He's like, man, what if something happens to her? It's out of my control. And in episode 9, be like, no. We got to finish this.
It's really cool that we kind of actually get to see why Ellie's resistant. With that small throwback to her mother, we finally see the return of Marlene and how she ties into Ellie's story, because of course in episode 1 she did say she was there for Ellie's birth, and now we see her at the end being confronted by Joel and his reckoning almost. It's a reckoning as he moves through that building.
It's a beautiful journey, and I cannot wait for season 2.
Yep, it has been renewed for a whole new season, but of course you can watch the entirety of season 1 right now on Neon. You can grab yourself a 7-day trial by signing up at neontv.co.nz. Boom, you will be fulfilled. You'll be part of the Last of Us community.
You won't want to leave after that though. Neon's killing it.
Exactly. I have still been that guy XenoJ, and I've been joined by the grand finale. That is Timprovised. Until next time, ka kite.
Well, thanks for waiting, everybody. The PC blue screening issue is always a problematic one, but it is good to see that we have got things sorted very quickly so we can get back into this series, because it is Lotus, of course, and we want to know who wins it, right?
100%. I mean, Fun Crew are looking strong, but if you're a GZL fan, you're not going to be too disappointed because they just picked themselves up the pistol, so they're feeling pretty snazzy, like our friend the elephant over there. To get the combination of guarding light and a dizzy to bust out an A main here. Probably going to be retrievable. Profile just popping the door open. Mike solo walking, oh, not solo, rather hand in hand with Fleshist, walking all the way through C long here. Turret, didn't think it was actually going to spin around and take a duel on him, to be honest. I didn't think it would be facing the right way, but apparently not.
Well, with that flank already coming quickly in, GZL have wanted to go rapidly in towards the A site. They have lost exempt, but they will get the plant down. The nano swarm placed ahead of time from Yuna. Actually, he's going to buy a little bit of time as well. No extra assistance though for him over toward the rubble, so everything is going to be prioritized onto the site. What a shot from Mike. Yuna is again disconnected from this action at the moment. He's at least able to find one, and with the cleanup starting to happen on the side itself as well, it is regained for GZL to find the pistol but also find the second.
Beautiful damage though for Fun Crew, taking 3 guns away, and I think they took all of Akana's armor and they busted Yuna's armor as well. So in terms of economic damage, that's about as good as it gets for a round like that. Now they're going to go into their first gun round here and potentially put some pressure on the economy of GZL, who actually invested quite a lot in this round. Profile buying down to 100 creds, so he's going to be broke if they drop this one.
See what the early stages do look like at the moment for Fun Crew, because this push up through B, I thought maybe they'd get Yuna without him getting one, but at least able to find one. They're going to start to waltz in towards this C side as well. And Norton, I'm actually unsure if he was spotted out by that, but we know his teammate and his buddy was, so with damage right now, that is starting to come on through. Fun Crew are losing numbers quite quickly. Plant to start to go down. Some extra heals on towards Exempt. It's a 2v3 retake now for Fun Crew.
We have Mike and Scroll walking hand in hand through spawn here. Is going to be a guiding light available. Dizzy gets thrown into spawn side.
Gets popped as well, but Exempt able to find one, but not before a double from Scroll. I'm unsure, Pilski, if that was a quick spray down or if that was 2 taps, because it was very fast. That was nice.
Yeah, he gets his pit off the back of that. Just want to point out, Norson pretty hard done by there, sitting in the back of the site, and Easy throws in the paranoia from Waterfall, which full blinds him, and he just gets popped by one of the entry players from GCL. So, you know, he was trying to buy time for the rotates, and it turns out that the rotates were not there to help him, but there to make his life a bit harder, unfortunately. Funny for Fun Crew all over the place, though, at this point, Dion, so they're going to save around the 1 rifle that they did maintain. And GZL, on the other hand, going to reinvest in a round like this, but like I said, profiled down to a stinger.
Yeah, we'll see what this aggression over at the A site yet again is going to yield, because for GCL, they loved it on the defense, and for the attack, they're seemingly lacking at the moment as well.
Yeah,
Good
I
info.
mean, different teams, I feel like, have different philosophies of this. Hold on, Mateo, if he gets this orb, he's got Thrash online, so that could be great to kick off this sexy.
Where's he going to use it from, though? Because remember, there's not all the weaponry in the world for Fun Crew at the moment in this round. They spot Easy, but they miss it.
Yeah, I think people are still kind of getting used to the radius on that.
Yeah, but into the B side at least right now for the side of GCL. Norton is gone. Easy is pre-positioning, stopping the wingman from being able to get the plant, though. If he's able to at least find a kill, that could be very stellar for himself. Scroll's going to manage one, as Easy gets taken out in a trade by Akana. This plant is starting to go down yet again, and there's still damage being found by Fun Crew at least. Seeker's now invested as well. We're just waiting to see what Mike's going to be able to do. What a beautiful shot on towards the counterpart of the next member. Wow, Mike, these headhunter shots, is it going to fall on deaf ears, though? Can they hold it down against Yuna, who gets a spray through the wall on the Fleshist? Now it's all on to Scroll, Pilski. A 1-on-1. He's got his orb in hand as well, but a tap on the defuse. Yuna's not reading into this one, and he's read it well. Back onto the defuse for Scroll. It's going to be the spray. It's going to be the walk through, and not enough HP to win it, unfortunately. So Scroll comes through, and remember, they didn't have all the weaponry in the world, Fun Crew, but they managed to get it done.
I mean, it's just classic. Bloody Sheriffs is all they really need to be able to get through a round like that. Single rifle on Scroll. They were basically just saving around the Vandal, and they're still able to put the pieces together. I'm scared. I'm scared. Mike's back on a chamber. I'm really scared for anyone that has to play this Fun Crew team if Mike's on the chamber, because you know, what stage was it? It was stage. It was
before he went to the
right?
Cypher.
What's that?
Before he went to Cypher.
You want to
Yeah,
play?
well,
Let's
chamber got
play.
nerfed. I'm talking pre-chamber nerf. Mike was insane, was he not?
Yeah, he was.
So he's back in his comfort zone, bro. GZL, on the other hand, it's going to be similar kind of story for them. Tua coming out. You're going to invest the lockdown over on the B side of the map, and that's actually going to prompt Fleshers to peek straight into the Tour de Force. Shrouded step across from profile, trying to get a little bit more space. Mike playing outside the radius there, but Yago, your spokes player.
I've got your trail.
Yeah, the Seekers are going to be invested here as well from Ikana, but now you got a push to come out from Easy. I was going to say if he lost that duel, it would be quite awkward for him because not only is that a kill, that's also the spike that now GZL have to go back and gather, leaving Exempt away from the action at the moment. See what Mike is going to be able to do coming back to the B site.
They're just holding angles. There hasn't really been any kind of spike tap here. Exempt in a man disadvantage, trying to make a little bit of a move towards heaven here, and that's a well-timed push from him.
Yeah, it's a quick one, isn't it? Unifound Mike as well, but it's Norton. It's Easy in this 2 versus 3. Able to bring it down to the 1-on-1 though is Ikana, and again, Norton is going to get the better of him. That is going to make it 12 for Fun Crew, Pilski.
Yeah, putting themselves on map point here.
Ultimate is ready.
It's, look, like I said, I feel like a bit of a broken record, but, you know, we're seeing that GZL, you know, have got some aim behind them, have got some good individuals, but they're, I feel like not winning the important duels in the XVXs.
Yeah.
Fun Crew are just a little bit more clutch. The individual players are having a bit more impact, and that's allowing them to be able to win the majority of these rounds. You know, these impactful rounds where it's coming down to the XVXs are going to take a big toll on your economy. It's the last chance buy for GZL here, and they're going to try and again bust out A main.
Cover going out.
See what Norton and Easy can do with Flashes. A bit of a stack over towards the A site for them. Scroll going to rotate off C as well.
Oh, A main control. Got the orb across the door. Door gets tickled, and you do get a little bit of a one-way out of the defenders. So that's kind of a cheeky approach there.
Oh, I like the spam from Flashes. Bit of armor damage. Not able to get that one back, unfortunately. Ikana can only heal that normal HP.
Time to hunt.
Door again, getting open. Trailblazer exchange back and forth between both teams, and nice entry from Mateo.
Oh, big blind though, and that is now Norton, the sole survivor on the site itself. I don't know how Profiled has been taken out by a nano swarm there. Maybe was blinded, didn't quite catch that one, but now Scroll comes into the action, but not before Yuna's flank at least keeps things entertaining. Unfortunately for GZL though, Mike and Norton put a close to it. It means 13 for Fun Crew, taking their opponent's map, Pilski, here quite convincingly.
Mate, that was just vintage Norton right there, sitting on the back of the site. Even though he's losing players around him right and left, he's still able to just lock it down with a nice 3K there. And seeing him back on the KJ, that's something to look at. That's something to be scared of. I feel like, you know, Fun Crew right now, you're getting a bunch of the boys that are kind of on their comfort pick agents, and that's real scary to play against.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, a 13-5 scoreline at the end of that as well. We see a couple rounds from GZL where they're looking promising. They're looking like they're going to be able to win these from the trades as well. But then, you know, you just got individuals of Fun Crew that kind of lay down the law. They strike the hammer, and they're able to just take away those rounds back. So yeah, 13-5 on Lotus. Good first showing for Fun Crew in this series. And now they go into a map that we've deemed historically their greatest in Icebox. It kind of does look a little bit scary here for their opponents in GZL.
Oh, 100%. I think what we'll say about GZL though is they did get a dub over next gen, which is not too bad on Icebox. So that does give me a little bit of hope that they can try and be competitive. Has to be said though, I mean, I just feel like Fun Crew, you know, it's exactly like you said, the output of the players and the quality of the players is just going to be good enough to win the series. And they're looking scary. They're looking like they're in good form. I think GZL, another thing on Lotus is I feel like so far from what I've seen, I'm not sure if it's the same internationally, but at least here domestically in Oceania, the teams that are kind of, and this was the same philosophy that I had about Lotus, it's like the teams that are kind of over obsessing about the A main control are usually not winning. And I feel like, you know, there's a lot more options towards that, you know, C mount and the C site contacts and the B site and stuff like that. So doesn't end up working out for them, but look, I'm hoping that they can put up a fight on Icebox as well. Yeah, no, absolutely. And of course, that is going to be the map that's just around the corner from this break. So everybody, thanks for, sticking it through map number 1. Hope to see you in map number 2 to see if Fun Crew can close it here, or if GZL can put us into map 3.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her. You can save her.
You've come this far, then you know what's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy XenoJ here, joined by the grand finale that is Timprovise as we head into the final 2 episodes for The Last of Us, and now streaming on Neon, episodes 8 and 9. And Tim, what do you think?
The light right there, the firefly is fluttering at the end of the tunnel, and we're right there, brother.
If we leave her out here, she'll die.
Now with episode 8, we've come off the back end of episode 7, where Joel is still recovering from a grave injury. This has led to Ellie having to be the hunter for the pair, and she runs into a couple of people known as David and James, who come from a community that might not be what they think they are.
It's creepy. It gives the culty vibes.
Yeah, it does. Episode 9 sees Joel and Ellie finally resume their journey and finally end up at the location they're trying to reach, which is the Firefly headquarters.
There's a lot of brutal stuff that went down, and it's absolutely brilliant and beautiful.
We also like to talk about our memorable moments. So what would those be for you in episode 8 and 9?
One of the things that I really loved was the maturity level of Ellie from when we first met her to now. And the one moment that clicks with me is when Joel tries to give her an out. Because I think Joel's worried. He's like, man, what if something happens to her? It's out of my control. And in episode 9, be like, no. We got to finish this.
It's really cool that we kind of actually get to see why Ellie's resistant. With that small throwback to her mother, we finally see the return of Marlene and how she ties into Ellie's story, because of course in episode 1 she did say she was there for Ellie's birth, and now we see her at the end being confronted by Joel and his reckoning almost. It's a reckoning as he moves through that building.
It's a beautiful journey, and I cannot wait for season 2.
Yep, it has been renewed for a whole new season, but of course you can watch the entirety of season 1 right now on Neon. You can grab yourself a 7-day trial by signing up at neontv.co.nz. Boom, you will be fulfilled. You'll be part of the Last of Us community.
You won't want to leave after that though. Neon's killing it.
Exactly. I have still been that guy XenoJ, and I've been joined by the grand finale. That is Timprovise. Until next time, ka kite.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back. It is the VALORANT challenges for Oceania. It's day number 2. It's a Friday night. It's 7:30 p.m. I hope you're having fun, because I know I am right now, and I'm hoping Pilsky is as well. Now, Pilsky, map number 1 in Lotus is done and dusted. Icebox, the second map, the Choice of Fun crew. Now coming up is the second.
Yeah, they're having a lot of fun, bro. They're running around, winning rounds. You're seeing Vintage play on the Chamber from Mike, Vintage play on the Killjoy from Norson. It's scary to play against for a team making their debut, at least with this roster here in Challenges.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for me as well to see what GZL are going to look to come out with in this next map of Icebox, because from all that we saw in map number 1, is it going to be a write-off? If they learned some things, have they gotten rid of their nerves to go into a map? Because yes, we can put this map up on a pedestal for Fun Crew. We know it's their home territory, their bread and butter. But just in the near history, we also know that technically this map was, a victory for GZL over Next Gen, albeit very close.
Yeah, I'm also kind of keen to see you know, I don't know, is this the final roster for Fun Crew, or is this like going to be some players shuffling around? Either way, what kind of roles are they going to play on Icebox? Is what I'm interested in. Is Mike going to be like on a duelist or something like that? Because he's playing the chamber role here. That'll be something I'm eager to keep an eye on, because he's kind of been this Senti player for a longest time, but he's kind of thrived in like a pseudo duelist role more than anything in the chamber meta. So I almost kind of want to know what happens when this man gets chucked on, you know, Raze, Jet, stuff like that.
It's kind of, it reminds me of you know, DRX, where they're happy enough to just move a lot of players across a lot of different roles and stuff, right? He's very capable when it comes into, you know, like you just said, the chamber right now. We've seen him be, you know, really proficient on the Killjoy. The Cypher is where I think Mike is always having a little bit of fun personally, but very capable to stretch out as well. So is it going to be one of those map specific things where his role is going to shift, or, you know, is he kind of just filling the void at the moment where the rest of the Fun Crew players pick what they either want to or are going to go towards, and he kind of just fills that role? I think we do need to kind of wait to see how that is going to happen across the different maps.
Yeah, I feel like Fun Crew already had role overlap, and they got rid of the players that were causing the role conflict, and then picked up more players that have role conflict. So they just can't help themselves at this point. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, I guess. And maybe look as well, you flip it on the other way for GZL. Are they going to stick with the same roles that we did see come they were playing on map number 1 of Lotus, or are we going to get something different from them? Because we're thinking, all right, a Gecko that Mateo came out with, he's probably not going to be looking to bring that out, right? It's going to be something different. So
I mean, I'm assuming he's just going to stick with the initiators, quite honestly.
Yeah.
So wouldn't be surprised about that, to be honest. I'm more so interested in Fun Crew's roles more than anything, and how they look playing them. I'm honestly here for the Mike Duelist arc. I reckon I'm here for it, and I'm hoping that he starts popping off.
Well, I think I'm looking forward to what we've recently seen on Icebox, the changes where the Sage is kind of not being brought out anymore, and you've got the Harbor coming on through. I know that was quite entertaining when that first came to our Oceanic shores, as opposed to when it was played internationally for our teams trying to adopt them. So I think coming in towards this agent selection, there's a couple of different things to look out for, right? You're mentioning Mike on the Duelist, which I think could be quite cool. I'm thinking, is Norson going to go on towards the Sentinel as well? Is he going to go back to the Killjoy here? Are we going to get somebody coming out on the Harbor, or is it going to be the Sage that we've known?
Got Barry Big Arms over here on the cams, in Mike's cam. So you'll love to see it. Bring in some more of the jacked fellas on over, and you know, chat and gym between maps.
Friday night party and all the boys are over, but he's got to play an official so they can be the crowd to hype him up.
Probably wants to be in and out pretty quick then. That's what it looked like on the first map, at least.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if he's going to be able to win this one quite convincingly then, I guess, right? Go back towards Icebox territory that we know that Fun Crew as a whole are really capable on. We know that when 95X, when Mike was on that roster, they were quite good at it as well. So it's going to be an interesting one to see what's going to happen there. Yeah,
for sure. Look, I think looking at how this series has been going, particularly Lotus, you're probably feeling pretty comfortable for Fun Crew. This is kind of their go-to map for the longest time. They have a really good strike rate on it. Like I said, only kind of promising thing that's kind of dangling in the back of my mind is that GCL were able to beat Next Gen on this map in the one of those kind of in-between stage events. But I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be good enough the way that this series looks like it's shaken up.
Let's have a look here. The agent selection for Icebox right now. What are we mentioning? The things we're looking out for: Harbors, Jets, or Duelists for Mike. So Harbor for Fuertes, Mike on the Duelist as well. So Mike, I guess we're both kind of getting what we wanted, and I'm expecting Norson Killjoy.
Beautiful.
Yeah, cool. Alrighty.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's only a one agent change, but it does change the playstyle quite a lot, right? And it's something that you were talking about. Fun Crew kind of adopting the new Icebox meta, whereas GCL sticking to the traditional, I guess you would call it.
Is it what they ran with last time, though? So Una Killjoy, Mateo Sova,
I'll tell you.
Kana Viper,
I'll let you know. Wait 1 second. It was
when Indy was on the roster.
Same roles, I think. Oh, Indy's playing Sage, so that was different? They've changed their roster by one player, or am I losing it? Yeah.
No, that's right. So Ikana has moved to the Sage, and Kalash has gone on to the Viper. So just the two players essentially changing roles there.
Yep. You're right. So
Cool.
that's a small change. Nothing to get too excited about, I would say. Fun Crew on the defense here. Looks like they're going to pressure mid. Straight down middle with the dart. We're going to take contact. Yuna might be caught in transition here. Dear God. I'm here for it, dude. I'm ready.
I know you are.
Don't put him, bro. I don't want to see Mike on a Sentinel anymore that's not called Chamber.
Alrighty, well,
Played again, man, but that's it.
We'll have to wait and see if GZL are going to have an answer back, though, against him, because it's also Exempt that's brought out the Sheriff. And there you go. So the Jets having a little bit of fun already, finding some kills. But for Fun Crew, remember, they're starting on the defense here because GZL opted to start on attack. Good little shock dart.
He almost dashed into that one, unfortunately, taking a lot more damage. Heal is online, so definitely want to be getting that Jet up to full HP, and indeed, Heal does get thrown over on Exempt, so he's nice and healthy yet again. And in this 4-on-4, GZL going to slow things down. Easy, trying to keep an eye on the rotations in middle here.
I'm kind of wondering
wall for retake on A. Yeah, go on.
I'm kind of wondering for Fleshes, what is he going to be using the Cascades for as well? Is it purely going to be for retake? Because I mean, he's got his high tide. He's actually just used one there. Where's he thrown that over towards? Is it back?
I have a feeling
yellow.
Fleshes, and it's something that I've seen in the Fun Crew games a lot lately, is just filling the role, and he's not super comfortable on some of these agents, but he's still super sharp. So, you know, whatever.
Oh, a bit of an off angle for the for the plant rather for GZL. So I've at least got 3 players still alive on this one. As the high tide does go out, it's going to cut off the white box at long. And Fun Crew are taking their sweet time, checking all of their angles, starting to get a bit of an idea on where these members of GZL are holding for the post plant. Easy on this flank is just trying to draw attention away from where the plant is. It's Mateo, good for 2, but it's Easy in the 1-on-1, and he doesn't know where Mateo currently is. A bit of an open angle for himself, and the Sheriff reload, but Easy, the classic reload as well. I cannot believe that has happened, Filsky.
He didn't get it, did he?
Nah.
That was tight. That was. Oh, he's got
wait.
it. He's
How
got
much
it.
is it? 0.04.
Oh God.
So Viper's voice line there has lied to us.
Well, you know what he said after that round, Dion?
No.
He said, "Easy." Anybody thought that was funny in chat? Let me know. Let me know. Should I start my career in comedy right now? Everyone in production laughed. That's what I know. They all love me over there. And a force buy from GZL here. They're going to try and contest this one. I haven't seen a force buy on attack side Icebox in a little while.
Yeah, well, plant money, I guess, and bring it down to the 1-on-1 at the end of that.
Walking up tube. Just one tapping long range with a Spectre. I guess that's one way to do it.
Bit of pressure, though, up into the kitchens. And Norton, he's starting to cook, isn't he? 2 quick ones. Clash and Exempt down for the count. No smokes. You still do have Akana with this barrier wall, though. And Norton a little bit hot under the collar, but he still manages to get the frag. He finds the spike. Getting ever so closer to his ultimate.
Yeah, this is looking like a shutdown on the force buy, hey. Only the Guardian and the Spectre left. Spike dropped in another bloody postcode, so it's going to take something special here for GZL. Nice sharp shot from Mateo.
Oh, did Mike spot him? Think a little bit later on the radar. Someone might have called that one out for him, but does give a bit of an idea to Fun Crew where GZL are looking to get this spike back from. The top of kitchen instead of the bottom of tube. An opportunity for Yuna, but that's going to be shut down. And for Mateo, so far found 2 with the Guardian, but Mike is going to be the one to finish him off.
Farming. Farmer Mike.
Oh, where's the gun?
I'm amped. Let's
Find
go.
it, unfortunately, but looks Spectre's going to be totally fine for farming up those anti-eco frags, which is exactly what Fun Crew are looking at this point. How are we feeling? How are we feeling about these boys? I feel like maybe not the best game to get a read on what their form is.
That's the way I'm leaning, yeah.
But Mike is looking scary, which is nice.
I think one of the first things we can probably bring out of this is Mike is looking scary, as you say. Norson's finding a role that we're usually more comfortable with him sitting in, and he's delivering.
Yeah, I think people. I don't know if people sleep on Norson, but he was definitely kind of dominant in that period where FF were kind of pushing order. He was putting up some pretty crazy numbers on the Senti role.
Well, Mike has been taken out of the equation for this round here, Pilski, and it's got the Sheriffs to come out for GZL, as well as a little scopy boy from Exempt there. See what damage that can maybe come out.
Squirrel kind of huddling for safety and warmth behind the nice glowing box there. Wants to try to buy some time. Norson and Freshness are over here. Uh-oh.
That's a little bit rough for Scroll, but it does give an opportunity for GZL to try and overwhelm the forces at A right now. It's Fleshist and it's Norson withholding a bit of this utility for themselves. 40 seconds to go, though. They don't necessarily need to stick towards the A site.
They're just kind of waiting for Fun Crew to overpeak and maybe make a mistake. I don't mind the approach. Going to start walking up May's side now.
30 seconds left.
Questions has to be careful, though, by the timing as Norson finds Mateo. They're looking for a plan. That's a Sharpie from Exempt. Down to 1 on 2 for him. The spike picked on up. A dash already activated. If he won that duel, there could have been that possibility in the one-on-one, but unfortunately not. It's Norson again, multi-fragging up a Storm.
Love to see it. It's locking down sites. He's one off the lockdown, heading into round number 4 here. But Hunter's Fury already ready there for Mateo. And this is kind of what I was saying between him and Scroll. Like, I feel like he was one of those underrated players. What roster was he playing on when he was playing quite well? I can't really remember.
Scroll?
But, what was that?
Is this Scroll?
No, Mateo, when he was like Suave. Because he was like actually putting up pretty... Nebula maybe? Might have been Nebula.
He was on Nebula for a bit. Villains as well.
Yeah. And he was actually doing good numbers on the Sova in that season where they were playing in VOT, I think it was. Anyway, that's a bit of a sidetrack because we're probably going to get a pretty quick A play here.
Well, we'll see if it does come on out. Of course, Mike has brought an operator this time. A little bit unfortunate on the timing, though, with that D-scope.
Yeah, things slow down a bit after GZL make contact with the op and put a little bit of pressure on A. They're going to start walking back towards that B side of the map. Squirrel and Norson are over here. There's the drone from Squirrel looking for info towards B long, but GZL, I think, just avoid that entirely. They are going to invest the wall on over here, though. Squirrel hiding behind yellow.
Yeah, Norson's utility is on the floor too, so it could be good big for him to be able to pop him. He's found the first one on towards Clash. He's got Scroll here to assist. Mike is there too. And at least I guess you could say that the trade starting to come out for GCL is going to help their situation, but they do lose Exempt. And they do have a player disadvantage at the moment. Plant to be attempted by Ikana. That is a shot out from Norson that probably shouldn't have connected, but just Valorant things. 1 on 3 for Ikana. And it's a split retake from Fun Crew. Didn't expect Easy to come in from that flank.
Yeah, immediate dump of the lockdown as soon as Norson gets that kill. Pressures the Hunter's Fury out.
Thank you.
Really nice play out from Fun Crew. Just going from strength to strength, really. Up against the GZL boys who not doing too badly for themselves. You know, they're trading a couple of kills here and there, but at the end of the day, it's a similar story to Lotus, I feel. It's coming down to the XVXs, the mid-round decision-making, and the impact frags that come, you know, in the clutch, in the post-plants. That's where it feels like Fun Crew are all over it, and I don't know, bro, seeing these players that we followed for so many years that have had really good previous domestic stages, Dion, back in roles that they're comfortable with, and see them put numbers up after being, you know, I wouldn't say mediocre, but just like, you know, decent over different stages. You know, it makes me excited to watch more of this team, to be honest.
Yeah, it makes me excited to see what we're going to get in our next series as well, with a couple of roster changes if those players are going to go back. But right now, the full focus is on the A site right now of Icebox, because Exempt is high above. At least able to find a trade as Norson and Flesh just find a couple of their own. It's all going to be on to Kalash and Mateo to see how they stack up against Scroll and Easy. A bunch of utility for the both of them, Pilski, but this is going to shift a little bit slower now with a minute to go.
Yeah, it feels like GZL are really looking for a pick over towards the side of this wall. You can see Mateo isolated under Hell's side there. Easy trying to look for that pick. A lot of damage. But Mateo able to find the pick, drops the dart, which is going to scan Sprawl, and that's going to set up Profile to peek him. Really nice play in the 2-on-2 there, and GZL win themselves a thrifty.
Yeah, that's a bit of a cheeky one as well. 2 versus 2. Some nice damage to come out with the shot through the wall. The overextension, potentially one could make an argument for easy, but you've got that idea that they're going for a bit of a plant. They're looking to be a little bit weaker. And then that dart, it just cements a bit of extra information at the end there on towards Scrolls. So you got to give credit to GZL in the chaos, in the mix of all of that damage. They're finding the kills where required, and they're still keeping a level head to win the round.
Yep, reinvestment though for Fun Crew here. Do have a Reckoning online here, but Flashes could help with some of these post-plant scenarios, kind of break up some of the attackers who are entrenched on into the site. Also, not too bad at denying exes. There's this drone trying to push Easy off the line, which is going to force out his wall. As you see, the pit available for Kalash.
Yeah.
So that could be a concern in the post-plant here.
You had Mike down the 2-2 with those blades activated, spotting any information that would come in through mid. As you may mention to here, Pilsky, it's the Reckoning as well as that Viper's Pit that start to come on through. Exempt is given another shot at life, but for him being resurrected, they've lost 2 members. Now starting to at least get back in toward this fight. RGZL, but it's a chaos in this pit at the moment. Kalash and Mateo trying to see what they can do, and they're starting to bring it on back now. A 1 versus 1. Mateo on towards Mike, and the blades of Mike is going to get the job done in the end.
Big impact play from Mike. It's being able to multi-frag from that rafter position, but losing all of those guns. Going to take a pretty massive toll on Fun Crew's economy here. Same could be said for GZL. Do they force here, Dion? Like, the money's kind of all over the place. They have very real reset potential. It's kind of tempting, but it seems like they probably want to just buy down to like 2K here.
My sort of thoughts on this matter is because you've already used the Bladestorm and you're nowhere near that. You've got no other ults as well. You're trying to probably look towards Una to get the lockdown for any sense of an offensive take as well. Otherwise, you're kind of just asking for making sure you do have a half buy, making sure you've got full utility as well coming into the next round. Because if they don't there, Pilsky, if they're down utility in the next round in a full gun round, I think it's going to be problematic for them.
Well, they have half bought. Do have 2 rifles, so it's not a round you can take for granted if you're Fun Crew. Do have the pit invested on the A side of the map here for Easy. Has got that A retake wall as well. He's been left on his lonesome there with the Spectre as Fun Crew contesting middle, trying to play with that that harbor wall coming on through. Ends up going 1 for 1. Kalash goes down, so no more smokes there for the attacking side, and it kind of going down as well here. You can see Fun Crew just taking these really misc 1v1 duels and winning them because they're confident and they're sharp.
Well, GCL are trying to recycle that Vandal that's fallen as well, and they're just getting caught out between picking it up and hunting for it. So it is a little bit unfortunate. Now it's all going to be down onto Mateo to see what he can do. No real HP for himself either, as he was in those toxins for quite a significant amount of time. Just dancing around 410, seeing if he can get an isolated 1-on-1 against Easy here. He's not going to be gifted that. So if he can find 1 kill here, he'll be gifted, or granted rather, the Hunter's Fury for the next round. But will he find 1 kill? No.
I mean, not really much you can do there. Drone tagged into a corner. But it was only the half buy for GCL. They gave it a good crack. Pit had to be invested there for Fun Crew, so they at least bleed another ult out of their opponents. And also take a couple of guns with them. Here's the reinvest. Neither one of these teams have got any ults online in towards round number 8, but 1 off the Reckoning and the lockdown there for Fun Crew could be great for the retake. Hunter's Fury and lockdown almost there for GCL.
And it's
so
funny
they at least
as well.
have an option to try and cancel the lockdown if it comes in.
Flash just used the Reckoning 2 rounds ago, and he's already 1 away from it.
Them anti-eco kills, I guess. Wasn't really watching too closely.
There it is as well, on the back of finding the kill to Exempt. Mike is farming up a storm at the moment individually, finding these headshots. Mateo, at least answering back with 1 on towards Easy, but wow, Mike, this certainly is a good showing for him in this roster with Fun Crew right now. We'll see what Mateo can do in a 1 versus 5, but maybe that 1 onto Norton's all he gets.
I feel like Fun Crew have won the round in the same way these last couple of rounds, just hard fighting middle. That's a high low that he has to deal with, but realistically, the low part of it wasn't even needed. Of course, Mike was going to 1B him and clean up a 4K there to win a gun round that breaks their opponent's money pretty easily.
Gets a little bit problematic here for GCL. Pilski already losing the half. You know, it was something that was a little bit concerning from my point of view in the last map as well, where it started to peel away from them. They didn't really have a way to get back into it. As you may mention too, you know, very consistently trying to gain that A rubble control over on Lotus for right now. Yeah, trying to take a couple of individual duels where they're losing, being a little bit disconnected around such as this, where they're on the lighter buy as well. I don't know how much you really put weight onto it, so yeah, we're looking at 8-1 potentially. Yeah, then we get that next gun round. Oh,
take him off the jet. I've seen enough.
Well, maybe it is an opportunity actually for GCL to make this too. Maybe I've written them off a little bit too quickly, and maybe it's turning into set in stone, isn't it? A 4 versus 1. Let's see if Easy can pull this one off.
Nope. Gonna get shot in the oh, I thought he was gonna get shot in the toes. You don't see a player win that duel too often. 1 on 3 for him now. He's got the wall there.
If he can find 3 1v1s, it would have been good for him, but Clash is just gonna dome him. So GCL. Okay, they managed to take away that round.
Mike's back on the op now. Got the lockdown and the reckoning to be able to kick off some of these retakes. Lockdown could get cancelled by the Hunter's Fury on the attacker's side. Lockdown's there for Laguna. Wouldn't mind to see like some kind of an A set play, or even just A control into the lockdown to pull rotates, and then you try and open up some space somewhere else. Might not be a bad approach.
We'll see. That op is going to be posted at the A side of things for Mike. It's been revealed as well from an early owl drone.
Looks like it's just going to be A lockdown. Mike seeing if he can find any picks on any attackers that are caught lacking before the timer runs down, and that's exactly what he's been able to do. That's what you want your jet to be doing, chipping down the numbers before this post plant does ensue.
We'll see what sort of situation Akana is going to be able to do around this plant as well, because plant at the rope where you still got your Hunter's Fury as Mateo. Now in a lockdown coming through, are they going to use the Hunter's Fury to destroy it? Comes on in. So it looks like they're certainly going to look to do so. A reckoning now from Fweshus as well. This is setting up to be a very interesting retake come from Fun Crew. Player advantage starting to storm on in. You take down Akana, you take down Profile or Kalash rather as well, and now things are all coming up. Fun Crew, Mike and Norton able to close it, and there is that 8th round for Fun Crew. A great successful retake.
I mean, they just played that one by the numbers, like recognizing what ults that GCL had to bring into that one. Mike playing around the attacker's lockdown, able to find a pick before the exit even gets kicked off. Awesome, just tracking down the lockdown, and when that gets countered by the Hunter's Fury, they invest a reckoning. Just so many tools to be able to speed up this retake. And the more and more that I watch Harper on this map, instead of the Sage, the more I'm understanding why this comp is seeing so much more popularity.
See maybe what Exempts can do early here with these blades. Bit of a quick one again from them up through A. A nice little reveal on towards Mike. And the gap in the wall. There is that opening frag. A second. Can he make it a third? This would be a great round to come out from GCL at the nth hour on their attacker's side. 5 versus 3.
Easy. Able to pick a player under the wall, but traded by Akana. And now Mike and Norson trying to complete a 2-on-4, but Mike getting shot in the side of the head, and Norson's in Narnia right now.
Yeah, there's
old mate Mr. Tumnus, seeing what's up with him.
There's not much money here either for Fun Crew Pilski, so it could be a little bit awkward of a buy come the last round of this half, unless Norton can hold on to this gun or get a good retake happening by himself, but unfortunately not. That is a third for GZL. What does this next round shape up for Fun Crew with the monies?
Not so good. Not so good, Dion. They're pretty broke. They're gonna have some of the boys with lackluster weapons, but you know, what I will say is that Mike has a Vandal and armor, so it's around.
Okay. Let's see if it can turn into anything. And of course, Scroll's going to be 2 away from the Hunter's Fury for the side of Fun
You
Crew.
really want to use Rez and Pit. Secure yourself a 4th here for GCL. You got a pretty big ult advantage. That's cute. Shocky and the Snakebite combo. Love to see it.
And Mike is going to be pinged out by this drone early on again, but there goes Scroll. It's a nice shot out from Fweshist. Only good for 1 and a bit of extra damage. You said you wanted to see the resurrection. Well, you're going to be able to get that, and somehow as well, he's slipped through the forces of GCL. He's gotten behind the enemy lines. So meanwhile, whilst this is a plan from GCL, it's immediately shifting to a retake for Easy and Norson, who they're going to look to go together.
One enemy remaining.
Easy wrapping around through Boiler. Best of luck to him though, trying to retake a 1v4 into a pit. Hey, look, we may as well give him some freebies. Nice of Una to allow him to get that one. But look, not much you can do when Profile just one taps you straight through a Viper's pit there.
Yeah, 8-4 at the half.
It's a pretty good half from him. Who was doing well for GCL? Yeah, I was about to say, I feel like Kalash had especially towards those last couple of rounds, and in some of the rounds where GCL were winning, I swear he was multi-fragging up a Storm. He had a couple of, post-plant multi-frags there.
Yeah.
Good stuff from him. Not surprised to see Mateo over on the sofa doing numbers as well.
I think at the switch up as well, I'm hoping to see more from Una and Akana, more toward the defenses as well. You can sort of see an area completely safeguarded by Una, maybe some provisions held by Akana as well for a good retake. So
look at B-Long.
Yeah, if it's a read from GCL, look, good on them. But we need to see the shots start to come out from them. The snake bite's already shot out. Mike is starting to get up close and personal. That right click looks a little bit weird, but the job is done. And they've managed to secure the spike as well. So this is where things might get a little bit more worrisome for the side of Fun Crew. Look at shot dart out from Scroll though onto Mateo, and things are going to actually somehow look to be equalized.
Last player standing.
All on Akana now. Despite this B long stack, it hasn't really converted just yet for them. He's got to invest the barrier orb to be able to safeguard that spike for the time being. Dart is up for Scroll. How long's Norson got on his turret?
Well, he pulled it back, so...
There you go, 2 seconds on the turret.
Yeah.
Turret on pistol, bro. That thing throws hands. Chuck turret on top of the wall, start breaking it. Could be the play.
Well, we'll have to see where Akana's going to reposition to. There's the turret. Is it going to seem, though, because he's kind of navigating this quite well. A 1-to-1 and a dink on a Norson. Oof. Nice try. Nice try.
Yeah, he did what he could. I think those free bits of util, though, for Fun Crew, so good in the late round there. You know, late round pistol. If you've got Sova Dart and KJ turret coming back up, especially Norson and Scroll, you know, literally not even underselling it, years of chemistry between those folks. Played together for quite a while now, so they know how to work their way through a XVX like that.
I was thinking to myself, for GZL, you want to try and find the pistol here to give yourselves a good shot, you know, get a nice defensive start, get back into this. Maybe they come away with the thrifty here. A little bit of a force up from them. Norson on towards Mateo, though. It's not the greatest start you want to see for GZL.
Definitely not. Norson just doing his thing, multi-fragging up. See what Akana can do with the classic from top side. If he can even get himself one, that would be fantastic.
Ooh, they had overlooked him, but a pistol against 3 players is a little bit too far-fetched, unfortunately. Good usage of the Cove as well from Fweshist, just to safeguard any cheeky shenanigans afoot where they might try and launch themselves in towards denying that plant. But in a 5 versus 2, this really is a situation where you're looking for any damage if you are GZL, and you are going to be granted it. At least you take out Fweshist, but it's double digits now achieved for Fun Crew. Let's see finally what GZL are going to be able to do when they've got the weapons in their hand on this defensive side.
Yeah, because they just don't have much space to work with, Dion, you know. Got some Bulldog, the 2 Bulldogs, 2 Vandals. It's not even really a bonus for Fun Crew. Never gets any easier for the GZL boys. So they've got to be winning some clean gun rounds and starting to build their economy to start to try to make a bit of a comeback happen, or they're going to be pretty swiftly 2-0'd into the 0-1 bracket.
I don't think it's the end of the world for GZL if they are 2-0'd here as well. I think going into a team like Fun Crew, you know, it's always going to be a hard feat. We're maybe looking towards Mammoth and Cooper Troopers to see how they test themselves coming in towards this tournament. Because, you know, they haven't been here before, right? Where the likes of Cooper Troopers and Mammoth had at least stage 1 under their belt.
Yeah. Mike, top tube here. finds Yuna wanting, which means that whole KJ setup is absolutely kaput. No B long info. Turret is not going to spot our kitchen. That puts so much pressure on GCL's rotations now.
Ooh, they have to cut some corners potentially. And pushing up through A has provided a bit of information, but now that they see Fun Crew falling back, do they choose to go a little bit more forward? You've got to be careful though. Remember, you are a player down. As you make mention to, Yuna rather, is gone. So it almost kind of just shifts in towards a B retake if things do go there.
Yeah. Don't know if that's going to be able to get it done though. Kana does not have a wall here for the retake. So it's not going to be an easy retake, that's for sure.
Right here.
Contacts play out from Fun Crew too. They use that wall of their own and their dart, so it should give some information to GCL that things are going towards B. Mike still up on top of this tube as well. I don't know if you're GCL, if you're still expecting him to be up here, or maybe you are. Great awareness from Kalash. But how do they fare in this retake right now? They're still a little bit paranoid of a potential flank. It's an open plan as well with 2 nanos on the spike from Norson. They spot out where Exempt is. Kana to fall from the top of side as well. Again, just trying to safeguard this spike at the moment. It's Kalash almost the tip of the spear at the moment to try and drag GCL through the mud. Kana, Kalash getting some damage in, and it's all on towards Norson coming in from this final flank. The shots start to come out from him. He gets Exempt. The cloudburst fades rather, not fails. And there is enough time for a defuse as well. Kalash, great effort.
Yeah, he's playing a good game of Icebox here. Has to be said, but that's the worst way to win your first gun round as GCL. You lost all of your guns but one, and you lost armor on Kalash as well. At least he's got enough cash to be able to drop over at least one gun to one of the other boys, but Fun Crew on the other hand can fully reinvest and have lockdown and reckoning. So even looking at something like the pit being accessed very, very early on a timing here for GCL doesn't fill you with a whole lot of confidence, because Fun Crew have got the tools to be able to counter that.
We'll see what the early stages do look like. I mean, you got a Judge, you got a Bulldog, you got light shields as well for a couple of the GCL guys. So in terms of the weaponry, really need to make sure that you are hitting your shots very quick, fast.
Should be just a lockdown A play. Aggression from Mateo, looking for a duel on the Sova.
Oh, it's a good opener from Mike. Exempt is down, and a lockdown that has to kind of be respected here as well.
Yeah, trying to follow. Just going to kind of minimize the ability of the defenders to aggress, and one of them's even going to get detained here.
We'll see if Westchester is going to choose to use the Reckoning before the plant, or if he goes for it first. It's looking to be the latter, as the plant in the cove is again going to provide a little bit of safety, but they've overlooked that Mateo could already get to the back of sight. There's the pit, there's the Reckoning as well, forcing Mateo into the fight, and they're not even looking at him. Mateo, Yuna, and Akana all good for a frag apiece, and now it's only on to easy. A 1 versus 4 with a top site plant already started to go on down. You found one person, but the plant, you can get this one on that little front box because it's not far back enough on top site. So that is a great retake from GCL, and maybe losing their members at the end of the round though, maybe not as best as you had wanted to close at the end there. So you got the round.
Yeah, I don't think Fun Crew can reinvest. This is good news, but yeah, it's not great for their economy. You're right. So Fun Crew probably going to invest quite heavily here. Looks like Mike really wants to try to get himself an orb so he can get knives and armor online. Easy is one off his pit, so that could be a nice kind of post plant tool. Not really a round that you're feeling too confident as GCL against. You do have a pretty big gun advantage, but if you drop this one, you're going to be absolutely cooked. Is this a Judge on Akana right next to the wall? Uh-oh.
Yeah. He had the Judge from the previous round as well, so he's really favoring this one right now. See how it's going to come out. The first has already been found. He's not going to be going for a little bit of a selfish heal, but eventually it's a little bit too late. Didn't get to a place of safety. There's an orb gatherable actually for Fun Crew as well. They can get one step closer to Scroll with the Hunter's Fury or Mike with the blades. Yeah.
Is he going to pop them though?
Here.
Because he can't cop a heal anywhere, so he might not feel like it's worth it.
They're just going to settle down for the moment though, Pilski. 2 players for GZL still around this B site. Yuna, wonder if he's kind of getting a little bit hot under the collar, if he's feeling like he wants to go for a bit of a push. It is a high-low setup. We'll see who's going to swing first for Fun Crew. It's 3 of them, and look at that. That was not expected from Kalash whatsoever. Yuna is going to be able to at least find one, and somehow he's able to escape from that one. I think he copped a blade to the body or something like that, but as the plant does go down for Fun Crew and we shift into the post, what utility do they actually have to provide a bit of assurance for themselves? 2 Cloudbursts, they've got a dart from Scroll that's already being utilized. Now blades are gone. Good shots from Scroll though. Wow. 2 out from the Guardian, and Yuna is already down to 28 HP from the previous damage done, and Scroll is just going to even get the headshot at the end.
Yeah, that's just won the game. They're broke. Like GZL against the Harp by absolutely destroyed, and a couple of guns picked up for Fun Crew. That's a massive economy swing, breaks the money of the defenders, and that's probably GG, I would say.
Well, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I did a call earlier and GZL answered back, so maybe, just maybe, we'll see what they can do. But we definitely need a big step up from a couple of the lads. That's cheeky.
Yeah.
That's a counter for the dart, for the blades.
Well, yeah, I mean, Scroll is, you know, just played Sober for such a long time that he's checking the scoreboard for how much your Jet's got. Updraft is available for Exempt there. I'm surprised he doesn't invest it, but I guess if he updrafts there, he's going to die anyway.
Cheeky shorty kill from Akana. So this is where things are a little bit weird, right? He gets the frag. He's got the resurrection. Could technically make it a 5 versus 3. Do you look to do that in a situation where you don't really have the guns?
Yeah,
maybe.
I think you need this round as GCL. It's worth cutting the corner if you ask me.
That's what Norson is doing though. He's finding the gap at the moment, and he's going to line them up. There's the res. Does he know that the res is there? I don't think he did in the beginning, but now he does. The blades are back online. Unifine's easy, so they are still looking to make something of this round. And as the announcer does exclaim it, it is a thrifty.
There you go, I cursed it.
Yep.
Nicely done. Where did that fall apart for Fun Crew? Hard to say. I feel like some good shooting for GZL. Maybe a little sloppy on the util. Not sure if they went through with the drone or anything like that on Fun Crew. But look, that was a much needed round for GCL if they're going to try and contest here on Icebox. I dare say if they don't pick up that thrifty, you know, they've basically got no room for error up against the 12-6 scoreline with only one more buy in the tank. So picking up a round like that does give them a bit more breathing room. Exempts on the operator now. Posted over on that B side of the map. He's got a deep info line and he's going to sit on it. The rest of the boys playing mostly towards the A side of the map. Couple eyes on middle in the meanwhile. Fun Crew have force-board into this round here.
Wonder what priority they're going to put on Norson in a round such as this to away from the lockdown. Yeah, you can try and draw out Yunas as well. Bit of a scale up from Fun Crew now onto this A side. I'm unsure if the out drone actually spotted out Kalash at the back of 410, but it is a bit of a preemptive lockdown from Yuna, as well as the frag to come out from Norson. There's a pit, there's a trade. Mike is down. 4 versus 4. Plant. We're not going to be able to do it just yet because of that lockdown, Pilski.
Yeah, look at this contesting from May's side. Yuna going to stop Easy from running back into the pit, so that's really nice maneuver from him. Now man advantage for GCL here.
Ooh, and Mateo makes it even more so for GZL. 2 versus 4. Bring it on back. 20 seconds to try and get a plant. You have to try and get it down safe, though. Exempt, he's not going to really flood to the site with an operator. A missed shot from them. They're expecting a second as well. Yuna is down. 10 seconds. It's a one-on-one. Akana. He's got the HP advantage against Scroll at the moment, Pilski, and he's navigating around the map quite nicely. Will Scroll be expecting this position? He goes for the shots, but it doesn't connect. Akana gets that one. And it is this safety net that GCL are holding on to.
Yeah. One player surviving, going to take a bit of a toll on their economy. Especially in the position that they were in, you'd love to see them win that round a little bit more cleanly, but that's just vintage from Scroll and Norson. All of that chemistry, almost making a 2-on-4 look pretty easy for themselves. What a Fun Crew going to do here? I mean, they know how close they are to resetting the cache, so they're considering another force buy. They like to be pretty aggressive with their spending a lot of the time. And indeed, again, they are going to try and force to break the money of GCL. They've got the lockdown, but you can see Mateo has already got that Hunter's Fury ready in reply.
Right here. Take flight.
Just picking up exempt, so the operator taken out of the equation.
Yeah.
Mad disadvantage for GCL. And maybe even a retrievable op there. Mike's only on a Marshall over here, so they'd love to pick that one up.
It's been a real pressure point as well, or rather a pain point for Flesh, just because he kept losing those duels earlier on to Exempt, right? He was the first kill time and time again. So he's at least able to get his revenge this time. It's now even extended with Norton finding Kalash.
He's
and
literally
a
just
deep
walked onto
lockdown as well. Yeah. Mateo should be able to destroy this, but he's being spotted by Scroll. This is a... Yeah, everybody's just catching everybody. Fun crew.
Wilson just decided he was taking A this round. He's feeling it. He's in that form. He's just feeling confident. Like you can tell, the awareness is on point. Norton is a scary player in form, man.
Yeah. See what Akana can do. There we go. Flesh just finds it, gets his ultimate as well, coming into 4 map points and rather series points for Fun Crew here, Pilski.
Yeah. Like I said, a couple of good rounds for GCL. Some of the players, you know, showing what they're made of, which is exactly what we wanted out of this series. But big picture, Fun Crew, a pretty tough team to be putting away. Despite the underwhelming run in stage 1, they are still definitely one of the strongest teams here. And Norton on for the 30. I am grinning from ear to ear that this man is in form. Love to see it.
Yeah, Mike as well, you know, putting up a decent performance too with some new roles for himself. So, or rather returning roles. You do like to see it. There's the Hunter's Fury, nice and early for Scroll, but it's Sobadiff onto Mateo. And whilst Norton has been spotted out by the turret, he's still finding a gap in towards the B side of things. Mike takes out Kalash and Pilski. This is looking to potentially put a close on Icebox here with these two openers.
Yeah, I mean, Norton's on B site, so he's got a freebie at some point. The rest of the boys all grouped up towards this A side of the map. Mike does get picked by Exempt, though. Ooh, reroute back into a double flank. Could be a mistake here if the timing's not good for Fun Crew.
I think Akana knows, though. He's looking behind himself at the moment. Unfortunately for Yuna, he's put himself in a bit of a tricky position. Akana, how does he find a collateral there? That is insane. That's actually a chance given over to GCL. But Norton is playing this one nicely. They're not looking at him. No! Misses the first bullet, and Exempt will get him in the end. So somehow, GCL, it ain't over just yet.
Oh, what was that lineup? What was that lineup from Akana? Absolutely disgusting. Bloody Sheriff Kalat onto the head. And that's what I was saying. You know, that pick from Exempt pushes them back over towards the B side of the map because Norton has the lurk on through, and that actually pushed them into the double flank, which ends up not working out for them. It probably should have anyway, given, you know, how lucky it was to be able to double up on the Sheriff here. Look at this B long pressure. Ikana drops the barrier orb, and let's see, Fun Crew just going to break that pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And probably start making some moves towards B long here. Look at the main control for GCL though.
Exactly, that's what I was going to make mention to. GCL, they're not going for an immediate rat back towards B. They're looking to push a little bit further onto A to see if it is a bit of a fake, but unfortunately for GCL, it's not, right? Fun Crew, they are all surrounding this B side at the moment, and Flesh has been taken down, so now there's no access to a bunch of these ultimates come this potential last round. GCL definitely holding on to 2 versus 4, turn into a 2 versus 3. Norton and Scroll, a bit of breathing room to get this plant down.
Yeah. Could be another 2-on-3 for them. Nice forward position here for Norton. Might get him a freebie.
Oh, but we will wait and see. The darts on out. He can't get them both, so it's a 1-on-2 for poor old Scroll, and this time can't get the job done. So GCL, they will find double digits in 10.
Yeah, and that's going to be a pit for Kalash off the back of that defuse, which is going to be a great tool to try to help them get through in towards OT here. What else are we working with? Operator is still retained for GCL, so that's going to be something nice to throw over to Exempt. Look for an opening pick here. Mike can probably drop over a rifle to one of the other boys and just roll through with blades into this round if they do want to buy up. But seems like Fun Crew gonna roll with a half buy here, interestingly enough.
See what an opening advantage looks like for these sides. See if it's going to be for Fun Crew, or if GZL are going to be able to get that one
That's
happening.
a big dart from Skrull. Sofa main god has to be pointed out. he would want me to do it. Mateo's actually kept the ult, interestingly.
Yeah, potential jeweler at the B side as well. Pilski, there was it kind of was pushing up. Norson held the line. Flesh just gets out his own little wall towards the A side. It does look like Fun Crew are not hell-bent and going for that one just yet.
Yeah, Nano going to push Easy back down 2, which is going to expose his back to Yuna. So first pick goes pretty easily for GZL. Mike trying to find a duel in kitchen here. Can't quite convert it. Yuna's had a couple of good multi-frags here. Nakana spotting Norson trying to get cheeky up on towards top side there.
Did manage to find one though, so it is a good advantage. Still being held by GZL at the moment. Position stuck in the tube for Scroll. Norson's low. He needs a bit of chipper damage. He needs to escape from this position because he's going to get hunted on down. Exempt finds Scroll, and it's all on a Norson. A licking of health on 5. The plant, of course, not down just yet for himself either, and it's going to be a nicely shot Snake's Bite from Kalash to get the job done.
Yeah, now in touching distance, 1 round away from pulling it into OT. Norson's 34 bombing. Absolutely insane game from him. Lockdown and Reckoning. Lockdown and Reds for the defense. Still a chance to get this done in regulation, but GCL just keep winning some of these XVXs that they were having a tough time with winning in the first half and over on Lotus. Some of the individual players starting to fire up a little bit and get some nice little multi-frags going.
Yeah, the first half for Yuna was a little bit unfortunate here, so it's good to see that he's brought it back up.
It'll be the drone through A. Fun Crew setting up for this A play, and it's a 4-stack. Really nice read for GCL, and Yuna's already ready to dump that lockdown.
Can Fun Crew bait it out though? I was going to say without a lockdown of their own, but they're not going to be able to do that, so it's going to be the trades of them. Meanwhile, remember, Pilski, you did mention Fleshist has the Reckoning, so that's going to be another avenue to get back in.
Yeah, we'll see if they use it. Committed the Viper Wall over to B, so it's going to be all of the Harbor util dumped over on towards A here. Still 4 players for the defense though.
Yeah, we'll see what Exempt is going to be able to do. He was the one that was detained by the lockdown on the back of site. See if he can stick in a position that's a little bit more forward through the Reckoning, but unfortunately for himself and his buddies, things are starting to fall on over. Exempt at least able to get 2 before he dies. And now with Mateo equalizing things, there is a chance for this resurrection to come on out. Mike is going to try and push for it. Mateo gets him. Things are looking like we might get a little bit of overtime come this second map of Icebox, unless Easy has something to say. Tagged out by the Owl drone. In a 1 versus 2, that dart goes a little bit deep. They're playing a high-low setup, a nice double swing. And Easy on 50 HP gets the first one, not the second. So we are indeed going to go to overtime.
Yeah, good resurgence from GCL there. Impressed with their resilience and their ability to bring back. Wow, that was quite a good streak from them. 8-2 in the last 10. That's not easy against Fun Crew on pretty much their best map for the last couple of years there. Regardless of what iteration that we're talking about.
Well, one of the biggest things now is money's not a problem, right? So we get to see these gun rounds and we get to see what strengths they're actually able to come out with. Not being plagued by any light shields and bulldogs and guardians.
Yeah, they're back on the attacking side, which is what they kind of struggled with a little bit. So we'll see if they've had a bit more time to think about how they might be able to break through. Mike's going to be on the op towards this B long area once again.
Will he be able to find a kill though?
Yep.
Yes, indeed. That's big. Even maybe looking for a second one here. How long does Easy look to overstay? However, do they expect that the players already pushed it up again though? Clash has been pretty significant for these kills on GCL.
Oh, Mike almost losing his life there. And what started as a nice opening advantage for Fun Crew has turned into, I would say, a bit of an overheat. They've kind of allowed GZL to get a little bit of space, a little bit of comfortability over on this B side, but they've completely mistimed it. There's no gas there for Profile, and they're trying to force a B plant with multiple players exposed, somehow getting away with it.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a blunder in the mix for Fun Crew as well. Not flooding the site, potentially missing a couple of crucial shots. Scroll and Mike are both quite low in HP, so there's a very real chance for GCL to take the lead here come this first bit of OT. Give them a chance to be able to win their opponent's map. Send us into the decider on Haven. It's a good shot out there from Mike. The Blades are here. They know that Yuna's on that flank. A tap on in. Try to draw Exempt into the fight if you possibly can. But that Nano, that is going to buy a significant amount of time. That's going to almost just win the round in it of itself because Scroll is low. A tap onto water, and Yuna with the HP advantage finds the headshot. That's 13 secured for GCL, and they have a chance to send us to Haven.
Yeah, moving back onto the defense as well, when they just had a massive streak on defense in regulation there. End of regulation, winning 8 of the last 10. They are well and truly within their comfort zone. And what does it take to get Fun Crew to call attack timeout? Well, you got to literally put them on the ropes.
Well, yeah, Mike has seemingly dipped from the camera, so we've got the squad behind him having a little bit of a look on in. Voice is just getting quite audible as well, so there's a very real discussion to have on the side of Fun Crew at the moment, right? Because it's your wheelhouse, it's your territory in Icebox, and you've gone in with a couple of these force buys, a couple of these risky gambits that haven't paid off, and now you're facing a map L.
Let's see what Fun Crew are going to do on this attacking side. They love a bit of a slower kind of style most of the time. So wouldn't be surprised to see that continue. You know, they've been mixing in a couple of quicker A plays as well. Norson has quite often been left on the lurk and found a reasonable amount of success doing it, but it doesn't feel like the rest of the boys are having that much impact. So we'll see what they're going to come up with, because I think GZL was doing a great job on their defense in the last little bit of regulation, as I mentioned. So I would feel pretty confident that they could actually close this out and push us through to Haven.
Alarm bot out.
Be a rough one to swallow for Norson as well, Pilski, with the performance and kills that he's put up here.
They're dropping a 40 and they can't get it across the line. That would be a bit disappointing. And now we get a technical pause. Lovely.
Well, hopefully it's nothing too bad. See how quick we can get back into things here.
Yeah. Looking like GZL again going to leave Akana over on that B side of the map on his lonesome, which has kind of been the approach with the Sage on defense for GZL most of the time. It's been the Sage at B long, 3-man setup towards A, and then you know, the KJ.
So we've gotten word from Crash, our wonderful observer, of why we've got this technical pause here. Seems one of the players' wireless mouse has gone flat and needs to charge. Shouldn't this be a thing that we check before an official game, lads?
Nah.
No?
Nah, it's fine. Just plug it in, I would say. Plug it in and keep playing. But the cable can throw the boys off sometimes, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's some of these, I feel like, honestly, some of the players that are coming up in the pro scene nowadays, with the timeline of when they've been competing, might, like, I don't know if it's specifically these players, but there are probably players out there who haven't played with anything but wireless, which is crazy, you know?
Yeah. No,
like, they've been out for a couple of years now, so they're probably literally like Valorant pros who probably can't even get used to playing with wired.
I know I can't go back to a wired mouse. Cable will be flopping everywhere. Alrighty. A little bit of charge goes a long way. Let's see how it pans out.
Yeah, Fun Crew. Going to be contested in middle here. It's multiple man aggression between Yuna and Exempt. Looking for an opening pick, but unable to do so. Norson's kind of keeping things in check. They've done a little bit of chip damage in the early round to Easy here, so GZL going to be happy with that. They have followed it up with the drone. They're really trying to look for a pick here, force something, but Fun Crew quite happy to turtle. They've got Mike quite deep on belt there. They've got a bit of KJ util, keeping an eye on B long. I think it's the alarm bot over there with the turret on middle. So after nothing happens, seems like Fun Crew gonna settle and maybe go in towards A off the back of this Sova drone perhaps.
Yeah, they're going to get the high tied up, and that's going to give an immediate bit of info to Clash. We dropped some snake bites early, however. That knows to buy a little bit of time, Pilsky. As you mentioned, that drone does go on in. Oh, Mateo's getting real hungry. Maybe a little bit too hungry. Gives up his life on that one. Plant starts to go on down. It's going to shift into a retake where 2 players have lost their lives to GZL. Yuna, Ekana, though, they're starting to bring things back for the side of GZL at the moment, but they're really trying to fight for this one. It has to be Yuna, and he gets his head absolutely destroyed by Mike at the end. So whilst we're praising GZL on their defenses this time, it's Fun Crew on the offense to get us another round of OT.
Yeah, I can't remember. There was a round or two where GZL did go for that mid aggression and it worked out for them. So in regulation, if I remember correctly. So it's not like they're switching up things too greatly, but that time Fun Crew, like I said, just happy to play that slow style, kind of turtling it up and max chilling in spawn. And they're able to deflect the aggression and just kick off a pretty simple A site hit, which works out in the post plant. Now for the GZL boys to move back over to offense. Mike aggressing up on pipes. There's 2 other players to back him, and you even have Norson rotating on over here.
Ooh, do they expect this though, Pilsky? That's one of the biggest things. Do they expect Mike to be up on the top of pipes? What?
Oh.
Yuna has been sat down.
I've called him Magic Mike for a reason, dubbed by my good friend Jake Osipenko.
Well, we'll see if anything can get a little bit more hysterical in this one. Mike, another one on towards Exempt. Another 5 versus 3 that GZL have to try and contend with. This time, Mateo, he's allowed to stay alive for a little bit longer, but not before he gets taken out. And it's all on towards the healer and Akana, who also loses his life. Clean shutdown from Fun Crew. And now it's their turn to see if they can close this.
Switching sides.
Yeah.
Match
GZL back on the defense. See if they're going to go for this mid aggression again, or they're going to kind of settle things down a little bit. And I think, honestly, Fun Crew, the success factor has come in, I think, Scrawl and Mike kind of multi-fragging up a bit. Like Norson, he's having an insane game for himself, but, you know, these last couple of rounds, I think it's been more so when some of the other Fun Crew boys are starting to chip in a little bit, that they're getting it across the line. And again, mid aggression. Just Mike way ahead of the curve there. Able to pick the opposing jet right off the bat. There's a lot of pressure on GZL now, facing down the possibility of conceding the match here.
Well, there's a good reveal from those darts as well. And a shock dart onwards Norson to get a little bit of chipper damage, but we'll see what can have happened on the back of this. Not really explosion into the A side, but it is a small attempt from Fun Crew to get some good scaling up. A minute to go on the clock. The plant not happening just yet. Good cascade actually to block a bit of information away from GZL. Provide a little bit of assurance for Norson, for Queshes to escape from the mix as they do get a fade away on a Mateo as well.
This is going to reroute. Toxic gas runs out there. You can see Yuna trying to pick the cross here. Spacing from Fun Crew looking pretty good.
The timing, Yuna, a little bit unfavorable.
I feel like that particular effect is worse for you when you're right next to it, hey?
Yeah, it is. See what Akana can do. Pilsky, top side. You've got Yuna who's already pushed this wall. And this is looking like we might get the GG on the back of it. No denial of the plant out from Akana. It's him. It's Kalash. Only Kalash. And he's running on up from the bottom of the hut as well, across the line to Snowman, and he is going to be melted. And Norson, what an insane performance to come through from him, but it's Fun Crew that get the job done as a whole. It's 15-13. It's the series done.
Which is what we expected. But I think, you know, to be honest, it's a decent debut there for GCL, particularly on the Icebox. They're able to push Fun Crew right down to the wire, which has been one of their strongest maps for quite a while. I think they're a bit slow to start on Lotus, so look, we'll reserve expectations there. But I'm looking forward to seeing what else we can get out of GCL. Being able to push one of the better teams right to the brink on one of the maps is a promising sign, and hopefully that means that they're going to be able to play quite well against some of the other teams that might be a little bit more beatable, because we have a clear couple of favorites who you're not expecting a team like GCL to beat, but there's definitely a lot of beatable teams here in stage 2 for them, if you ask me.
Yeah, no, for sure. They probably just have to rein in a little bit of their Lotus, and hopefully they're able to go back and review this series and figure out what might work for them if they want to continue on to try and make that their map, or maybe they tend towards something else. Maybe it is Icebox that they're able to bring under their belt and make it their own. Do want to highlight as well Norse and Pilski. You said he's looking for the 40 when he was on 36 kills, but with the final kill in that round, he actually did get 40 kills. He went 40 to 18, and he had 0 assists with 40 kills.
Only headshots, mate. That
is actually insane. The kills he's doing damage on, he gets them.
Nah, he's good. He could do better though, Norton, I reckon. I reckon 50 next time, to be honest. That went into OT. 40 in regulation, I'd be impressed from Norton, but I think in OT, I'd like to see 50 from him.
Well, it does mean that, it might get a little bit more difficult for Fun Crew moving forward. So Pilski maybe not going to get that one, because they're going to be in the 1-0 area of this one. So we will wait and see. But here are the final stats to come on through. Fun Crew getting the dub at the end of the day. It's not just Norton pulling them through the mud as well. Mike is just shy of a 30 kill there. You got the rest of the guys doing what they needed to do as well. So, good job at the end of the day.
Yeah, 100%. And look, we'll keep an eye on GCL into some of the next couple of games, and the same could be said for Fun Crew, because they've had I would say, a couple of roster changes. So I'm interested to see what they're going to be pulling out this season.
Yeah, well, we do have an interview on the line right now. It's going to be Fueshist from Fun Crew, so we'll look to bring him in and have a few words. Fueshist, we'll start off with the congratulations to that series. How you feeling?
Good. I feel awful. Like, I played awful that series, but we played well as a team. We've had limited prac going into this because of some roster changes and things like that. So happy we can get the first win.
Yeah, no, that's good. I'll first question here before I throw it to Pilski. I think you mentioned there you got the new roster coming through. We got great performances to come out from Norton. We got Mike as well. New roles coming back for these guys. How much of this game was actually figuring things out on the fly, and how much was kind of like pre-planned?
It was a little bit. We have plans and we have the roles all pretty much set. The chamber was like sort of last minute on Lotus, but it worked really well for us. So yeah, it was pretty good. We haven't had the chance to obviously prac every single map yet, so we're still figuring a few things out.
So is this like the final roster for the team, or is there anyone like standing in or anything?
There might be some subs here and there because players' availabilities and things like that, but this should be the starting 5, yeah.
Okay, sweet. And I just wanted to ask you 2 things as well. What, from your perspective, happened at the end of the last stage? Because I feel like I had you guys kind of pitted to maybe win the whole thing, but maybe not making it as deep in the bracket as you guys wanted, or?
Yeah, we obviously, a couple of us underperformed, but we were struggling with no actual proper in-game leader. Scroll was take up the IGL reins and was doing an okay job, but it really wasn't propelling us as a team, so it was really hard. So when obviously Lou left us, there was an opening to get Easy back because he was willing to play again, and he's obviously the smartest player I've played with in this game, hands down. So we're more than happy to get him back to IGL us, and so far so good, especially in prac. Playing with a proper IGL dedicated to hours and hours like he does is really good, really beneficial.
Sweet. And I wanted to ask you as well, it seems like you're kind of changing up what agent you're playing quite a bit, like you're seeing you on the Harbour or the Breach or whatever. So how are you feeling? Because I remember you just used to play Senti, but it feels like these days you're kind of just playing whatever.
Yeah, I guess I'm just throwing on whatever last agent they have, really, the flex role they call it. So I'm happy. I think this is honestly one of my better roles to be on. I never really backed myself as a Sentinel player anyway. Like I leave the lurkins and stuff like that to Norson because he can't shoot people when they're looking at him, except for the last map. But yeah, so I'm happy to play the flex role and things like that. Breach, Sky, KO, things like that. Harbor, I'm still learning. I don't have anywhere near enough reps on, but yeah.
Sweet.
No, very good. I think we might leave it there. Fletchers, thank you very much for the insight, and best of luck in the next games.
Thank you, boys.
Ah, very good. Great to hear from him. You took the question right out from under me, Pilsky, but it's all well and good. We got the answer that we wanted at the end of the day. Fun crew getting the job done when it does come into this one here. Nice 2-0. Bit of overtime there. But, of course, our next map, our next game that we're going to have, rather, our next series is going to be 95X versus the Who +2. And there's a bit of changes coming in towards those rosters as well. I'll toy you with that one before we look to get in towards the break. Make sure you do all stay tuned because that series is going to be in just a couple of minutes.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save who you can save.
If you come this far, then you know what's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy XenoJ here, joined by the grand finale that is Improvise as we head into the final 2 episodes for The Last of Us, and now streaming on Neon, episodes 8 and 9. And Tim, what do you think?
The light right there, the firefly is fluttering at the end of the tunnel, and we're right there, brother.
If we leave her out here, she'll die.
Now with episode 8, we've come off the back end of episode 7, where Joel is still recovering from a grave injury. This has led to Ellie having to be the hunter for the pair, and she runs into a couple of people known as David and James, who come from a community that might not be what they think they are.
It's creepy. It gives the culty vibes.
Yeah, it does. Episode 9 sees Joel and Ellie finally resume their journey and finally end up at the location they're trying to reach, which is the Firefly headquarters.
There's a lot of brutal stuff that went down, and it's absolutely brilliant and beautiful.
We also like to talk about our memorable moments. So what would those be for you in episode 8 and 9?
One of the things that I really loved was the maturity level of Ellie from when we first met her to now. And the one moment that clicks with me is when Joel tries to give her an out. Because I think Joel's worried. He's like, man, what if something happens to her? It's out of my control. And in episode 9, be like, no. We got to finish this.
It's really cool that we kind of actually get to see why Ellie's resistant. With that small throwback to her mother, we finally see the return of Marlene and how she ties into Ellie's story, because of course in episode 1 she did say she was there for Ellie's birth, and now we see her at the end being confronted by Joel and his reckoning almost. It's a reckoning as he moves through that building.
It's a beautiful journey, and I cannot wait for season 2.
Yep, it has been renewed for a whole new season, but of course you can watch the entirety of season 1 right now on Neon. You can grab yourself a 7-day trial by signing up at neontv.co.nz. Boom, you will be fulfilled. You'll be part of the Last of Us community.
You won't want to leave after that, though. Neon's killing it.
Exactly. I have still been that guy XenoJ, and I've been joined by the grand finale. That is Improvise. Until next time, ka kite.
Well, welcome back, everybody, and thank you for waiting through the short intermission. Of course, it is time to get into the next series, or the preface of the next series. Of course, it's going to be going into 95X, taking on another team called the Who Plus 2, or the Who. Unsure if they've dropped the Plus 2, because it is a new looking team coming through as well. But the big important thing here, Pilski, is this series, you know, I was probably pitting this one to be the closest series of the night, and the previous map, at least in Icebox, delivered a close one. So I don't know, I think we've gotten some good Valorant tonight so far already.
Yeah, I think both of the series I had pretty much the same expectations for. You know, even though the more favored teams have had some roster changes, I still back the core of the players to be able to put away, you know, the Who or GCL. But exactly like you said, we saw a good game out of GCL, so fingers crossed we can get the same out of the Who.
Yeah, well, let's see who are going to be the players that actually do look to come into the server today. We'll start off with 95X. That is going to be some new, you know, names together, but not necessarily new names. So we got Dragon, Lou, Minimize, RDW, and What?
Yeah, where did this come from? I didn't even know what was happening with all of this. I thought Dragon was going to Fun Crew or something. I thought I saw that on Twitter, and now we've ended up with this roster somehow. Oh, RDW's got hair now. That's new for me.
Yeah.
Look, I think this roster is looking pretty good, to be honest. You know, you got Mini probably playing those initiator roles, and IGLing. You got Wart probably playing the controller. You can throw RD on the traditional kind of Sentry role, and then Lou's going to probably play that primary duelist. And Dragon, I think, is underrated for how flexible he can be with his agent pool. Like, he can actually kind of play a little bit of everything. So
Well,
having a flex player who can have that much fragging output could be quite scary to have in a team.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we saw a Harbor from him at the end of last stage as well when they were mucking around. But anyway, we'll see what actually does come in toward it as well. And whilst you saw RDW has hair, well, coming in towards this next roster, I think you're going to get a little bit of an interesting thing when we get to the cameras as well. See if you can pick out what I'm referring to here. But it's Bonobo, Zork, Gloom, Mirza, and Visla. And for me, Gloom now has a beard. I wasn't expecting that from him.
Oh, I've never seen him before, but you know, it's looking like a handsome man. So that's good to see. And Zork is playing from Mike's house, or vice versa. So that's what's going on there. And look, old mate in the striped shirt, whoever that is looking like he's hitting chest pretty hard at the moment. So credit to him. Shout outs to that man. I don't know if that is a gamer who we know or not, because the reality is that we are 3 and a bit years into Valorant, and there hasn't been a LAN. So I don't even know what everyone looks like. Thanks for that.
Yeah, one day, hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll get either a local LAN or we'll get to go to an international LAN and bring down the house and absolutely, you know, just tear it all up and having fun. But of course, head to head, we would love to see people's heads in person. For right now, Pilski, you have picked Dragon and Zork.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just kind of pick players that I like. I think Dragon doing a lot of fragging output on the Bobo roster in its various iterations. It's going to be interesting to see him on 95X. Interesting as well to see him link back up with Minimize, because they actually kind of came up on a similar kind of team. They were both kind of playing for Nebula a million years ago, and then kind of went their separate ways, and now they've kind of met back up at the top of the scene, interestingly. I think the Who, doesn't matter who the Who's playing, I always pick Zork, because Zork always does me well. He always does me right, man. Just shoots people in the head pretty consistently in an initiator role and has good fragging output. And I actually rate him. I think he could probably hang at the top level of the scene. I've seen enough from him to kind of rate him pretty highly.
We'll see what maps are going to have happen to see if he's going to be able to do the shoot and do it good like Norson was able to in our previous series. What are we getting here? So no Lotus, no Fracture. We get Haven Pearl and potential Icebox Decider. So it is good for me and my love of this game that we do get 4 guaranteed different maps tonight.
Yeah, I guess so. I think... I don't know that the maps are going to matter too much in this series, hey? Like, I'd be surprised if
Probably
the Who are able to... take a map away from this 95X team. This team is stacked like pancakes, bro. This is scary as hell.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. Of course, Haven is the pick out there from the Who. 95X have started on defense. I'm sure if that's going to matter for yourself with any of these agents that come on through, but I'm just keen-eyed to see what we're actually going to be getting in terms of the agents, because new teams, new players, role shifts and whatnot. You make mention to Dragon being able to flex onto a whole bunch of different agents. He's going to be going on to the Killjoy here, where Artie is on the Sova. So yeah, some change ups here and there.
Yeah, Artie on a Sova. That's interesting. But I guess, someone's got to make room here and there somehow. And look, I think IDW can be quite flexible in terms of his agents as well. So he can play a little bit of everything. I'd prefer to see him on a Senti role, but man's been playing since the game came out, so I'm sure he can play anything probably just fine. You just give him enough reps on it. Yeah,
no, absolutely. Absolutely. Haven is going to be an interesting one to see what state these teams are currently at. I'm going to be just very interested to sort of see how these pistol rounds are going to be played out. Of course, the difference between the Astra and the Omen come through from the smokes in this series, and the rest of the agents are all, lined up for a mirror. So really just a difference in the smoking agents.
Yeah, I think Haven sees a little bit of diversity in terms of agents, but definitely has started to get a little bit more stale as time has gone on. So not super surprised to see those agents. Dude, Lou's been made a raid boss here with Sheriff Armor.
See what Mini's going to be able to do, though, with Lou here, because that's an insane starter. Okay, 2 for the price of a Sheriff here. You'll take that. Mini gets 2 with the Ghost as well. This is an immediate shutdown of a pistol round, unless Vissla can come back with something pretty substantial. 1 versus 4 for him turned into 3.
I got the spike.
Yeah, doable. Watt's got a lot of space down C long here. Spike picked up. He's still got his turret and his alarm bot placed down, which could honestly trigger on Watt here if he rounds the corner too quickly, and indeed it does. Watt's actually going to kill the turret. Still a nano on the top of the B choke point with an alarm bot ready, so he's probably going to be denied entry to the B side here.
See if he can get a cheeky kill, though, onto Dragon potentially, as the nano's not going to be able to be destroyed alongside the alarm bot.
Immediately a star placed by Watt, and just, he actually consumes and they double peek.
Now he's stuck, isn't he?
30
Vissla.
seconds left.
How would you get out of this one? It's good to see the 95X aren't actually going for the hunt either, because there is a very real world which Vissla can win this. Going to reroute back towards the A side as well, so there is a potential for a plant here.
Yeah, he has the space to do so. He's going to tap it, try to bait out a peek, and indeed he does, but Dragon's able to win that duel, and there you go, pistol for 95X. I'm kind of curious as to what the go is with this team at the moment. Like, do you know much about this 95X situation?
With all the new players coming into it and stuff?
How has this team come together, though? Like, this lineup, this is not a lineup I was expecting.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Minimize and Watt have just gone out and said who's wanting to come and like go far, because we know that RDW was kind of playing in a bunch of different rosters in some tournaments here and there lately. And then I guess bringing on Dragon, maybe RDW brought him with him, and Lou, leaving Fun Crew is always going to be a big hit, but maybe he just felt like he wanted something new. I honestly have no idea.
I feel like they've just handpicked some of the best players in challenges, to be honest, and just built a super team. That's what it feels like.
Bit of aggression from them outside of the A lobby. Bonobo going to be good for 1 in return, as IDW gets a nice little tap on towards Mercer. It's all good for one as well. So there is some damage here being done by the Who. See if anything can come out for Zork here. But all in all, looking to be a nice little second round to come through for 95X.
Yeah, looking pretty clean. I'm watching Zork even with the classic. This crosshair placement from him is very good. Good fundamentals, but he's getting double walked on just as he reloads his gun, which is going to be hard for anybody to deal with. And there's a second up for 95X. Pretty clean anti-eco. Lost a couple of guns though, but Lou still had 2.8 in the back pocket, so nothing to get too upset about. In fact, he's even going to pull out the op in towards the bonus round, which is something we've seen from more and more teams lately.
I always find it... I personally don't like bringing in an operator into the third round. I get the way in which the why in which teams want to. You know, it could be an unexpected, very powerful weapon, especially in the hands of someone who's very proficient and very tested on the gun. But I always feel it's a little bit risky because you don't really have the greatest weaponry to back it up if it misses. Wait and see though what he's going to be able to do with it as what goes down towards sewers for a bit of a peek on out. All the Who members, Pilsky, they're going to be surrounding this A site. Yeah,
just a bit of a default. Merza walking hand in hand with Bonobo up A long here. You've got the drone going through sewer from Zork, clearing all of that out. But Lou going to aggress in the mid round off the back of the drone. Just droning him back onto a line. It's just good fundamentals out of 95X. That's beautiful. I mean, it's simple stuff, but it's beautiful. Good trade from Merza though.
Yeah, and this is one of those situations as well that I was kind of considering. If you do get caught out with that operator, is it one going to be recoverable by your opponents, or is it two going to be tradable if it is dropped and maybe recovered? Well, it is the latter there, Pilsky, as RDW has picked it on up. What's going to get an upgrade from the Sheriff as well?
I think I'm liking the way that the Who is working this round though. Just keeping things simple, grouping up as a 4 and kicking off this A side exit.
Yeah, well, they're going to be sending in Gloom's utility on that breach kit with Paranoia as well to try and get on in. RDW quick on the sticks with that operator, though, to still hold a player advantage. What? I'm unsure how that one doesn't go his way. Quite unfortunate, but not a headshot, not a kill. Plant start to go down with shock darts layering on towards Visla. 24 HP and an aftershock to push him into the open. Operator for a retake with some good information on where these bodies are currently being situated for the Who. Dark cover in. A flank from Dragon, not expected whatsoever. Zork is down. Merza good for one in the trade. They know where RDW is. He's stuck at heaven with this operator, but caught in a reload. Both of the players getting pushed from Dragon, not aware that that flank was there, Pilsky. So the third round, the first gun round of the Who, it doesn't go their way.
Oh, no, you don't deserve my bomb grenade.
Which is not going to fare them too well. I think 95X as well coming through that with most of the highest value weapons that they brought into it. I'm not sure if they had a Vandal or not, whether that was an upgrade, but they definitely bring through the op there, which is massive for them. Winning the bonus, pretty much the best possible start you could have to the defense side of Haven here. And now the Who going to be forced back onto a half bite. And a chance for 95X to build up their cash right now. This is, bro, I'm loving this roster though. This is a roster I can get behind. I feel like it's a roster I can get behind internationally. You know what I mean?
Well, we've already got some experience from a couple of lads on that regard as well. So we'll see what sort of damage they can deliver through our challenges circuit if they can get that Ascension slot. One of 18 here, Pilsky. But in this round right now, they're only losing 1 of 5. And that's RDW after he'd already got some damage. So not bad. Not bad.
We're 4 alive. I mean, this is the best possible start to the game that you can have, really. 8-0 for Dragon. Already got, what, 4+ K on pretty much their entire team here for 95X. It is going to be very difficult for the Who to work their way into this half. It's going to take a lot of grind out of them. Lockdown's ready for Dragon. Kick off one of these retakes. Getting close to the Hunter's Fury for RDW. 3-man setup over towards this A side of the map. You're leaving Lou solo with the operator over towards C, and Dragon responsible for keeping a look over towards Gary and towards B. Unfortunately, his nano on that choke point on Gary has already been dealt with. He gets literally shot in the face by the Sova dart. Lucky to be alive. But now you're going to see the Who after pressuring Garage, going to drone back through this A lobby side and try to find some control here.
Mate, I'm surprised he didn't take a licking of damage whatsoever through all the spam potential that those garage doors do offer, and that back wall too.
Yeah. Well, look, in the 5-on-5, the Who, they've put a lot of pressure on Gary, and they have droned out A long, but they haven't actually retaken either of those parts of the map. Here's the drone through Gary, just as this Gary take comes in.
Lose on that offline too.
I've got a great read.
Misses the shot though, and he somehow finds Bonobo in the middle of the cloudburst. That's kind of insane. Dragging on towards Mercer as well. You're thinking that maybe this force fire round from the Who +2 is going to be able to get them into this one, but the Who are getting shut down. Vizsla in a 1 versus 4 with 30 seconds to go. The spike in enemy territory at this point in time.
30
What damage is he going to be able to find? It doesn't really even do anything to the economy of 95x. There is at least one, but what is going to end it with a knife?
Already getting the box out nice and early on. 5-0. Back to another half buy here. The Who getting some ults online, but really outside of that, nothing to get too carried away about.
Right there.
And I think, look, realistically, I'm not surprised at what we're seeing in this game so far, Dion. And I think we're going to get a little bit more of these kind of score lines in this stage.
To be honest, I'm a little bit surprised. I thought we would get something nice and early on from the Who, from their performances that we've seen in previous renditions and stuff. But for right now, this is just 95x kind of demonstrating their prowess, both individually as a roster. Good early signs from them.
Bonobo trying to chase down that operator with his knives. Not quite able to find the timing. Gloom forcing his way out of a lobby here, and he's trying to smoke himself off, get himself out of dodge. Aftershock is going to pressure him. It was actually a consume for him and RDW to double peek there, but he only gets 1 for 1.
It's some damage, Pilski, from the Who in this round.
Yeah, better than nothing.
Indeed, but we'll see if they can convert it into anything else than that, because Zork has managed to find RDW.
That's another gun hitting the deck, which is potentially retrievable here. Zork might want to get his mitts on that, and he does have a Hunter's Fury as well as a drone, which could be good for another pick here, if not a chance to deny a lockdown should this kind of get hairy in the mid to late round. Lou has, in the meanwhile, vacated this A site. Smoke going up to Heaven and onto CT. Dart for the close angles here for Zork, and you are going to get the TP just to clear out the back of the site here and get a bit of info.
We'll see what the retake does look like, though, for 95x. Are they forced to use the lockdown here from Dragon and try and bring out Zork's Hunter's Fury, or do they not necessarily feel like they need to? There's a flank from Minimize, and he might have just managed to sneak on past Zork at long. Though Bonobo with these blades going to get taken down. There is that lockdown with the Hunter's Fury being brought out, so they should know now where both of these members are situated. Pilski Mirza under hell, he flashed off, somehow navigates that kill, and now it's all on a Lou in a 1 versus 2. That was a very ambitious updraft. The shock dart as well, actually getting a bit of damage, but a half defuse in the cloud burst. It's going to fade. He gets off it. Zork now knows, and he pulls out utility. No! That is quite unfortunate from Zork. Maybe a chance at a round on the board for the Who, but it is denied.
Yeah, almost winning the half by there. My highlight of that round definitely has to be Jackson Minimize White flashing himself and dying to Mirza. 10 out of 10 play on the breach. This is why he's the GOAT IGL here in Oceania and one of the finest players we have to offer. I'm going to get a timeout. And I'd imagine it's going to be from the Who. Yeah. So what are they going to be able to do for themselves? They've got the lockdown online. So that could be good for a little bit of a set play. Really wouldn't mind for the Who just to see something like them contesting short A here, trying to place the lockdown, push and pull the rotations and see what they can open up here. I think as well, they need to do a little bit better of a job of utilizing either the Sova or someone working that garage control or tickling the alarm bot on B, because it feels like the KJ on defense is getting way too much respect. Being able to keep the alarm bot and the turret up in Gary and B is really just allowing 95x to focus on way less lanes across the map. It's like defense is being played on easy mode for them right now. Plus, they just always have money for an operator, so it feels like the Who need to open up. They need to put the effort in the early to mid round to try and open up their options a bit more, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah. It's a bit of a risk as well going in with the buy that they've gone in this one as well, right? Because they've got a couple of players that are still sticking around the 1.5k-ish mark, but everybody's running in the light shields. So trying to do a little bit of a fast play in towards the garage. Maybe you're able to catch Dragon here as an early hunting Fury from RDW is going to catch a bit of damage.
Yeah, he's been able to ping that player, close Gary, which gives the info to Dragon that the Jet is tagged up and is trying to push that position. See Dragon well aware of that now. After forcing their way into Gary, though, for the Who, they actually slow things down and regroup towards A, which I don't mind at all. They've got space over there if they can find it.
They did use the drone, though, Pilsky, to clear all of A lobby, so they don't have that accessible anymore to get in toward the site. They will have to wait for the start for Zork and anything extra that they possibly want to get in. You know, likewise, the fault line from Gloom, a second smoke for Mirza, but that's 20 seconds away.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury's been used, though, so if they can get the lockdown down in sewer, that could be a win condition, but you can see 95X just contacting in there, playing around it already.
That's big from Visla, but it's overextended onto that lockdown. I don't know if he knows what's there, but there is that stun. They're going to be able to deny this round, maybe before the lockdown's even destroyed, but that does get taken out as well as Gloom finding what. So in a 2 versus 2, Minimize is not going for a flank this time. He's going with his friend, his teammate, who is going to catch the kill before the returning ultimate comes out. But in a 1 versus 1, it's Zork versus Minimize, and if Zork is pushed all the way here, there's only one possible spot that Minimize can come from, and that's at the heavens, and he's heard him drop. He's gone for the tap, and it's a good flash. Zork reveals himself, and he's able to navigate the kill as well. Finally, the Who are on the board.
Yeah, Zork, so he's good for one of those kind of rounds. Nice clutch for him. That's the man I'd want to be putting in an XVX. Even against like a stacked roster like 95X, you can see he's good for it. This is why I rate this lad so highly. He just keeps proving again and again, every stage, that he's able to hang at this level. And lovely to see him put together that 1-on-2. Off, heavily supported by Gloom's Rolling Thunder, has to be said.
A lot of ultimates utilizing that round from the Who to get the job done, though. And they don't have access to them now, Pilsky, so it's going to look to be a quicker one in towards C.
Yeah, just a retake setup here for 95X. They've got the Cosmic to make that a little easier. Bonobo trading blows with Minimize early on here. They're aware of this lurk in middle. Vizsla's taking a lot of damage, and Dragon, okay, just straight out of Gary for 3. Everyone's dead. Okay,
yeah.
That's, I guess that's how that round goes.
I did not expect it to go that quick, honestly. I expected potentially the spike to go down, a setup for a retake from the Who, but Dragon just roars and catches everybody in that breath. That's kind of nutty.
Yeah, you know what I heard, Dion? I heard that roar means I love you in Dinosaur. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I actually do know that one.
That's so random, bro. It's a bit of a throwback.
This is a scary roster, man, honestly.
Bro, Dragon just walked into Gary and just, he had a round. He just decided it was time to have a round. Oh, boy.
Placing sentry.
Yeah, I don't know, Dion. I don't know what to say, buddy. I think this might just be one of those games.
Look, I want to still give credit to the Who. You know, I want to still see that they can navigate things in the mid rounds, navigate a couple of good rounds on attack and defense, even if they can't get the dub here. Give me a semblance that when we get into these games against the, you know, what should be the top teams, that you're still throwing a good effort in it, that you're still being able to give them a good challenge and not kind of to fall over and die.
Yeah, well, this is just a half buy. At least they're forcing out the lockdown. Does seem like they want to aggress into spawn. Great paranoia. Be able to create a bit of space, but there's the counter. Just a mop up. What can you do?
Yep. Nothing, unfortunately, and now we'll see if Zork can get any damage in a 1 versus 5 where he has to try and deny the bomb plant from going down. I mean, the defuse from happening, rather. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
8-1. I mean, that was only the half bite. So nothing to get too excited about for the boys on the Who. Now they've got the buy up. At least they've forced out the lockdown, which is not a bad outcome from a round like that. But realistically, I mean, this hasn't been a close game. Haven't been putting together a lot of frags for the Who. And that has effects on the economy. You know, 95x just millionaires this whole half. Just buy whatever they want. Watt's not even buying full armor. That's just BM from Lewis Watson. That's always been his thing. He's just toxic trait, you know, BMing these players. Not even
Merza
buying
throws
full armor.
Merza throws 2 dark covers over towards C from mid. Is that enough to draw rotations? 95x pushing mid.
Oh, this is going to be messy, bro. Have fun with this one.
Yeah. Well, Lou and RDW, they're making it easy for me because they've gotten a couple of kills. It's already a 5 versus 3. That mid push, they're missing shots at the moment. And when I say they, I mean the Who. They've caught out with utility, and somehow Dragon stays alive through the mix of that. He's got his teammates to pick up 2 kills, and now it's Zork again in a 1vx. Spike is being safeguarded by Lou on this op line that he's not even going to expect.
Yep. Oh, boy. 95x looking sharp. Looking strong.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is like this is a crazy team, bro. This is a crazy team.
It's interesting, right? Because we've got this team, which is very stacked. I love the way that 95x last stage looked. You know, in previous renditions of teams that we've had in our region, we say that the order was stacked as well. You know, we've had the Sonics boys in their first showing that they were kind of, you know, pretty stacked as well. So we've had a lot of, you know, quote, stacked teams in our region. I just want to see, you know, stacked teams against stacked teams really go both blow.
Yeah. Don't know that we have that many good players, but it's a nice thought. Minimize getting nanoed out of position here. Lose a lot of HP. Here's the C split straight on in. Watt playing in the corner. And Dragon looks like he's on for another highlight.
3 kills at the C site at the moment. Looking for the 4th on Avisla. Has already been taken down to 5 HP. That's all that needs to be said, really.
Yeah, just an anti-eco spray down from the top of the logs. Easy as you like. Set up absolutely beautifully. It's pretty annoying kind of crossfire to break between logs and close to left side of C long. Good shot from Vizsla though. I'd love to say that economic damage matters. However, if Dragon wasn't going to get the 4K there, the shock dart was going to finish him.
Yeah.
Last round
10-1.
in the half.
It's a pretty damaging half to the mindset of the Who when you consider that Haven, you know, attacker's side is usually the side that you want to try and get a lot of rounds on. It's usually kind of half and half. A lot of people have good arguments as to why they think the attacker side is better than the defensive side when it comes to this map. But right now, 95x are just showcasing that all the decision making is what you need to do to win a very clean defensive side. I mean, Pilsky Dragon's already over 20 kills.
Yep. Yep.
Like,
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Placing swamp
That's just,
grenade.
yep. Quick beat play, not something that we've seen, so maybe could be a nice little change up here.
Alarm bot's going to be blown up in Bonobo's face as he looks to extend into the A link. Will he be able to best the fight against RDW as the plant goes down? This is a 5v5 where you've actually got access to a couple of ults as the Who. You got the Rolling Thunder, you got the Hunter's Fury, and then maybe Merza needs to use the From the Shadows to get out of dodge. He can possibly do that as well.
Oh man, no one's checked minimize. How is he being allowed to get free there? Oh, it was well wished, Dion. You know, you had some nice things to say about the Who. Unfortunately, they're not allowed to play Valorant, so you forgot about that.
Honestly, I think the Who were giving too much respect to 95x there, thinking that they'd be going a bit faster, where they just, you know, RDW hears that they're hunting him. He converses that to the team. They know that they can just push in from the other side of the side. Well then.
11-1.
Yep.
I mean, yep. I think this is going to be 95x versus most of the teams in this stage.
Now, Pilsky. I have seen some comebacks in my time.
That's nice, bro.
I don't think this is my time.
No, I don't think this is one of them. I've seen a few too. You know, I've seen a few Greyhound Gaming games. A few RNG games.
Yep. All right, well, let's see what damage. Maybe the pistol round goes the way of the Who and they get a couple of rounds here to figure out what they need to do against a team like 95x. Just get some numbers on the board. Get some points back up.
Bonobo's in.
Oh, they've overlooked
spot.
Bonobo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Couple good kills so far from the Who. Almost have to concede control of C, however, with this plant looking to go down from 95x. What does the post look like? A player advantage for the Who. They're going to have a double flank. The turret from Dragon. Imagine if he's able to get back and it would activate. My tidbit that he doesn't pull the turret back to be able to put onto the site, but you know, we will wait and see how this post does turn out.
I think you forgot that he is the turret.
Oh, that's true. And there's a flank that Watt's going to be bringing out as well. He does have a star that he can put onto the spike and use as a grav well to pull them off. RDW's got a drone. Quite risky to bring out from the garage when you've got a lot of players such as Gloom, who's going to be lurking behind you and taking you out. So now we'll see what it can have happen on the side itself. Gravity well is going to expire. The shots from Dragon need to start to come out. The team Paranoia is going to be there. Through he goes. I think someone went for a knife there, and Mirza, it's a good one from Watt, but he can't quite deny it as the defuse already went through.
Yeah. Doubled up for the Who. Nice little retake. So, look, let's see if 95x are going to force buy here, or they're going to respect their opponents up at 11 and 2. Show a bit of restraint. Seems like it is just going to be the investment in the pistols, which I think after the plant is probably correct.
Yeah, there's a little bit of damage, but, you know, when you've got an 11 to 2 scoreline, you don't want to just see a world in which you keep forcing upon forcing and then you lose, right? You invite a comeback.
Going to be just initial turret onto grass. Rest of the boys walking up in towards A lobby. Bonobo taking first contact. Nice little headshot from him on the Bulldog. Chipping down the numbers before things get out of control.
The retake's looking very possible here.
Spike planted.
See what these pistols can do. Thought that should have been a free gimme with a shorty hitting somebody in the face, but never mind. Apparently Bonobo's gun does better. Swords brought out a classic as well, and maybe Lou can find a kill or two with this sheriff. He'll swing from the dark cover. He doesn't even need to swing through the dark cover, it would appear. A couple of quick headshots from him, maybe looking for a third. Not going to happen as Bonobo finds 4.
That's good damage. Took a couple guns away. Get another spike plan as well, which is going to boost up the money a little bit more heading into first gun round here for 95x. Took armor away from an extra player. I think Bonobo here would love to see him drop the Bulldog and cycle in his knives, which is exactly what he's doing. So not a bad looking bonus here for the Who. Kind of dangerous, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's these sort of rounds where I want to see them be a little bit proactive, which is what they're looking to do. Exactly right. Over at the C site, you got 4 players at 95x. This could be a very quick round, done and dusted. Those blades start to go in. I almost feel like maybe it was a little bit too early from them, but it is a good reveal at the end and a really good retaliation from Watt, actually immediately dropping a star and a gravity well to halt any further proceedings. It's actually kind of nice.
Seen that a little bit more often. The drone tag onto the turret to take it out. May as well get some value out of it there. And after the initial contact and the pick there, 95x going to go back to the drawing board, start working this A side of the map. They take a lobby control with a nice little consume on sewer. But there's still a whole KJ set up here from Vizsla over on this A choke point. Dart timing should be coming back up soon for Zork as well.
Well, let's see what they can do.
But Nobo's got done well draft as well on this box here.
Is he going to do it while the plant goes down, though, to try and deny it? Or is it going to be in toward the post? Shock darts are going to soften them up to make 1 blade potential to the body.
I'm surprised he didn't actually commit to it, to be honest. He might go for it now, though.
Yeah, we will see. 5 versus 4. The paranoia was used by Mirza, remember? So they've only got 1 flashpoint by Gloom. And then they have to all kind of go in and try and flood together. Bit of time being bought by the Nano Swarm as what repositions. He'll be able to deny Bonobo a drop out of the heavens at the moment, and what is just doubling down. They lose 2 of their own. 95X just trying to see what they could do to hold this one down. It's all on to Lou. 1 versus 3. He's got some damage out. They swing together. They are lucky that they don't line up at the end there. It's going to be 4 for the Who now.
Yeah, lovely stuff.
Change of plans.
Chipping in a few rounds here. Credit where credit's due. You know, they're doing a good job. 95X probably back down to another half buy here. Lou's got the blades out, so it's still a bit of a dangerous round. He could light armor and drop a Vandal to someone, and that could be a buy if they're interested in going for something like that. Cosmic's there for what as well. Don't mind like a bit of a half buy, like up tempo with the Stingers with the Cosmic. You can really get away with running without the sound cue, running up a little bit closer than the defense might be expecting.
I see a little bit of a long control attempted though for the Who, with the 95X members here putting in majority of their forces, actually all of their forces around this area.
Get the dash through. Lou really looking for that entry with the knives, but flash back off of the Lion. Good counter util out of Gloom.
Only 1 blade left as well. Definitely wants to be hitting a headshot with that one to get the reimbursement of those knives. Otherwise, you really only got what with that Vandal and a potential Cosmic Divide as well to throw into the mix.
Yeah, I mean, they're rerouting back towards Gary's side, just taking out the turret, trying to push and pull the rotations. You can see the movement there from Zork off the back of losing that turret. Nice shock dart to take out any util on the top of that big choke, but the alarm bot does survive. Now they're going to link back up with Dragon over towards this A side of the map.
Yeah, Gloom doesn't have any more flash points either, so an aftershock to buy some time, a fault line. You've got Bonobo working around that A site too, so we'll see what they can do here. Try and hold things down. 20 seconds to go. They now know the hit that is coming towards this A site. They've overlooked Gloom though out in the short corner, and that might be the thing that gets them back into this round. 95X, they clear him after he found 1. They hold a player advantage, and now it's going to turn to a post plant.
Yeah, Cosmic's still up there for what, so that's something he can invest to try and win this round, and indeed, there you go. It'll be quite hard to complete this retake now for the defense.
Yeah, Dragon, he puts a Nano very closely as well with an alarm bot, I think, there. So the trades start to come out. Zork has found 2 in the mix somehow, but it's going to be what? Double on down of his own. And that is going to be 12 finally found for 95X here, and they have 8 map points for Haven.
But who's going to really struggle to put together anything in towards this last round? You can see at least Zork with enough to be able to get himself Vandal armor. You've got the Hunter's Fury online. Look, another Vandal for Vizsla, couple of Bulldogs. Gloom's going to be a little bit poorer than the rest of the boys, probably on the breach, want to be investing more heavily in the util anyway. But they're going to take attack timeout. May as well have a bit of a chat, see if they can come up with a game plan to get themselves a round or 2 here. But yeah, realistically, the way that this game is going, you know, 95X just bigger, faster, stronger.
That's one of the things that I talked about earlier, right? Try and get a couple of rounds here or there if you are the Who, make a potential map loss not seem as big as it is, where if you don't really have the full story, you know, you think, oh yeah, it's a decent scoreline if it's something like 12-6 or 12-7 if they can get to there. If it's 12-4, you're kind of thinking, yeah, they still get smacked, but it's the way in which that they've gathered a couple of these rounds as well, right? One on the back of all those ultimates, and one a couple here at the very start of the second half. It doesn't really give you good kind of confidence and repetition that you're going to be able to win a lot of these rounds. So I think for the Who +2 for right now, the two or 3 gun rounds under your belt, and then if you take an L, I think that's, you know, me looking at it, probably a decent score, or takeaway rather.
Well, see, that's going to be the reality. It seems like 95X putting a lot of eggs in the garage basket and working this grass control. Aggression from Bonobo all the way straight down windows. Zork, really nice Hunter's Fury to take out Minimize before he can really lend much utility to support his team. So man advantage here for the Who. They've got Vizsla pretty deep down sewer on a nice info line, and a bit of an exchange there.
Dragon does have a lockdown. That could be a potential way to get in towards one of these sites. However, he's on a little bit of a lurky roll at the moment through to the top of B. Does have the player with the spike behind him too in RDW, where Zork is completely caught off guard. So with that lockdown, it is looking to be a bit of a B play right now from 95X. Merza still keeping things interesting though with the kill on towards Watt, and well, he will get taken out by Lu, who is just kind of dancing on them at the moment. A 1 versus 3 for Vislam, when you think maybe the Who are going to be able to get a cheeky round here. Dragon, he just again delivers with Lu, and that is 13-4 over to 95X.
Yeah, that's a scary bloody team to be playing against, man. I think for most of the teams in this competition, they are going to be a little bit scared of this 95X roster. It's looking pretty stacked. And the Who, look, they had a couple of good rounds here or there, but realistically, this is a tough opening draw for them. We'll see what they're going to be able to put together on Pearl, because at least for Haven, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. And I think those kind of games are tough as well. Like, I've played those kind of games as an upcoming player a million years ago, you know, back in 1950s at this point, trying to play crochet or something at this point. And sometimes you just play the best country, the best team in the country, and there's not even necessarily that much you can learn from it sometimes. You know, you just you know, you have these rounds where you go back, you look at the VOD, oh, Dragon just 4K'd us, sick.
Well, speaking of Dragon, 29 kills, 7 deaths, and 3 assists in the mix, over 450 ACS with 5 first bloods. Really, what more could you be asking for a performance in a role that's not a duelist role as well, right? You still got Lu on that duelist role, providing space, providing all the damage. So I just think, you know, as a coordinated unit in that game, 95X have just showed us exactly what they need to do to get a very convincing victory on Haven.
I couldn't said better myself. I think 95X going to be really tough to beat this season, and I'm keen to see who can actually give it a crack.
Yeah, well, we got a little bit of time right now before our next map. We'll have a bit of a break, a well-needed break maybe for the Who to figure out what they need to do to get maybe just a couple more rounds in the next map. If that's their target, then hopefully they're able to achieve it. Pearl is the next one to see if it's going to be closed out there, and then you'll have to join us back after the break.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go.
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save who you can save.
You come this far, and you know it's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's NOJ here, joined by the grand finale that is Timprovised as we head into the final 2 episodes for The Last of Us, and now streaming on Neon, episodes 8 and 9. And Tim, what do you think?
The light right there, the firefly is fluttering at the end of the tunnel, and we're right there, brother.
If we leave her out here, she'll die.
Now with episode 8, we've come off the back end of episode 7, where Joel is still recovering from a grave injury. This has led to Ellie having to be the hunter for the pair, and she runs into a couple of people known as David and James, who come from a community that might not be what they think they are.
It's creepy. It gives the culty vibes.
Yeah, it does. Episode 9 sees Joel and Ellie finally resume their journey and finally end up at the location they're trying to reach, which is the Firefly headquarters.
There's a lot of brutal stuff that went down, and it's absolutely brilliant and beautiful.
We also like to talk about our memorable moments. So what would those be for you in episode 8 and 9?
One of the things that I really loved was the maturity level of Ellie from when we first met her to now. And the one moment that clicks with me is when Joel tries to give her out. Because I think Joel's worried. He's like, man, what if something happens to her? It's out of my control. And in episode 9, be like, no. We got to finish this.
It's really cool that we kind of actually get to see why Ellie's resistant. With that small throwback to her mother, we finally see the return of Marlene and how she ties into Ellie's story, because of course in episode 1 she did say she was there for Ellie's birth, and now we see her at the end being confronted by Joel and his reckoning almost. It's a reckoning as he moves through that building.
It's a beautiful journey, and I cannot wait for season 2.
Yep, it has been renewed for a whole new season, but of course you can watch the entirety of season 1 right now on Neon. You can grab yourself a 7-day trial by signing up at neontv.co.nz. Boom, you will be fulfilled. You'll be part of the Last of Us community.
You won't want to leave after that though. Neon's killing it.
Exactly. I have still been that guy Xenaj, and I've been joined by the grand finale. That is Timprovise. Until next time, ka kite.
It's time for Pearl, or rather just in a few minutes as we get the players all situated to see how this map is, of course, going to turn out. Pilski, I mean, a lot of people are going to have their predictions and their thoughts coming in towards this second one. I think a lot of people are going to align that 95X should probably come out as a stomp.
Yeah. I think so. I mean, it's their map pick. And look, on their opponent's map pick, it wasn't much of a different story. And look, we might be entering, I don't know, man. It's too early to call. But I almost feel like this kind of reminds me of the Order era, you know, of Oz Valorant. That's the kind of vibes that I'm getting out of this 95X team. It's like they just stacked a lot of the best players in the region all on one team. They're not unbeatable or anything, but they're going to be very, very tough to beat, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I think we've seen a lot of just individual performances in this first map, where if we've got at least 2 of them delivering, I think even that's going to be enough to carry them over the board come this next map, right? Just some consistency from Lou, some consistency from Dragon, and I think that's all you really need, a little bit here and there from the rest. And you've got a recipe for some really great damage right now. I think if we flip it over, though, for the Who, we just need to see more. We just need to see their shots being hit, because they're individually losing a lot of these duels. They're being caught off guard time and time again when they think situations are going to pan out one way. 95X just come out and it's a completely different outcome that they were thinking of things that were going to happen. So, I mean, coming into a map like Pearl, where we know at the tail end of last stage, when it was really the first playable, we know that a lot of teams in our region opted to play it straight away, and it was 95X that was that roster that really just decimated on it. So I really don't know how strong they're going to look to be, you know, coming into it right now. Are they just going to be stronger?
Yeah, I would say so. I'm hoping that you know, the boys here on the Who gonna try and step up to this level, you know, keep the mental nice and strong, and see what they can do here on Pearl. But look, I have been that guy that is getting absolutely stomped and demoralized by some of the better players in Oceania, and you know, it's not something that's easy to recover from. Sometimes you just get rolled over, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it, and there's not a whole lot you can learn from it. You just got to try and keep on your path of improvement, and maybe take on some easier opponents and try to learn from those kind of games, because these kind of games are a little bit beyond you sometimes.
And maybe, just maybe, there is a world in which we have something completely different come through for the Who come Pearl, and we're able to get into the final decider in Icebox. I think that could be really interesting, but we'll take another check here on where we are going in Pearl. And defensive side is going to be the Who at the beginning. So coming in with what I would probably expect as a normal composition to come in towards this one, I'm thinking that, you know, get a pistol, get a second round, get started nicely on defense, and I think that could be really cool. But for 95X, I know they're always cooking with something different. I don't even think we're going to get a normal composition from them here, Pilski. I think we're going to get something completely different.
Well, I don't know. It's hard to get a read on them, because they're the kind of team that will just throw something out there, even if it's not actually their comp. They probably haven't even been together that long and haven't really talked a whole lot about who wants to play what agents. So they might still kind of just be putting the pieces together. And realistically, they could probably play 5 duelists and still win this game.
You know what? They probably could, but it probably won't happen here. I think that, the 5 duelists and the changes up like that were in the tail end of last games from Bobo, was it? They were running in with some weird comps and such. But I mean, hey, we do have RDW and maybe he brings that on over. We don't really know here. But yeah, Pearl is what we're going to be getting here. If I'm to put my, my coin in the hat, I still think that this is going to end 2-0. I think the Pearl is probably just going to be a little bit too far forward. I don't even think it's really map dependent here, to be completely honest with you. I think the 95X are just going to, be better.
Yep, totally agree with you, to be honest. And look, like I said before, those were the expectations heading into today's games. I think GZL probably kind of surpassed expectations, probably played above that level, but realistically, one of these teams is going to have a tough day at the office. It's going to have a tough first draw, and they just have to look at it for what it was and not get too disheartened, because this is still a decent roster. Like I said, I feel like 4th through 8th in this tournament is probably pretty tight, and there's, like I said, for GZL, probably a whole lot of teams that the Who is a lot more capable of beating than this 95X roster.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm just kind of thinking, for right now, what is actually just going to be the goal for the Who and for 95X? What do they actually want to get out of this series right now? Do they just want to find some form that works for them as a 5? Do they want to just get a complete smashing out of the park scoreline where they can't really apply that to a lot of the teams that they're going to be facing down the line?
I don't know. I don't know what their mentality is for this team. I don't know what the goals are for this team or how it came together. I'd love to get an interview with them, maybe try to get a bit more of an insight into what the deal is, because it's a nice looking roster on paper, and I'd love to know what's going on behind the scenes as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. But Pearl, of course, is going to be the map that we are getting into right now. I do believe that the agent select is just going to be coming up around the corner, and I'm just trying to run through scenarios in my head right now on what is going to be an early plan for the Who. What are they going to be able to do? And I don't even know as well, if you think about it, right? We're talking about how long or how quick, how much time 95X have had together. Are the Who in the same situation? Because we've got new players coming into the Who as well. And I think, when we're looking at, 95X there and new players into this roster, they haven't had time, but they're still putting out a performance like this. We're not seeing that from the Who. It does come down to individuals. So
yeah, I mean, the quality of players is just on another level at the end of the day. I think I've seen enough from a fair few of these players in the Who that I know that, like I said, I'm a Zork fan. I'm number 1 Zork fan. I think Zork is irate Zork. The rest of the boys, I don't think I've seen enough from them to think that they can hang at this level. I think Mirza had 1 or 2 stages where he was doing all right for himself, but outside of that, I think I need to see more from most of the players in these rosters to be able to think that they're capable of winning a series like this.
Yeah. Alrighty, well, here we go. The agent select that we've been waiting for to come on through. Are we going to get anything out of the ordinary, or are we going to get something new? Dragon's going to be running in the Killjoy, Lou on the Raze. So that's probably meaning no Gecko or anything like that. Artie running in the Harbor. Okay, so something a little bit different. And then a Sky for Minimize. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a bit closer to the meta that we've been seeing develop at some international events right now. Similar to what you see on Icebox here on Pearl. You love the combo of the Harbor and the Viper with the Sky. Does wonders for Loud. Worked really, really well for them. Don't think they were running a Raze with that. I think it was the Jet on Aspis or whatever it was. And then whether they had a KJ or not, I can't honestly remember. But same thing for DRX on Pearl as well. We saw them kind of running the Harbor as well. So 95X kind of playing a little bit closer to the meta than the Who boys.
Yeah, they were running. I think they were running Jet, not Raze.
Yeah, that's Aspis was playing
Sky,
Jet.
Viper, Harbor.
Yeah, okay.
Well, we got a pistol round to come up under our way right now. Bonobo pushing mid already. Needs to be very careful because 95X are kind of just waiting. But Dragon and Lou losing their lives very early on, Pills here. Those are the two players that I said, you know, can probably carry the 95X squad through a map. And they're gone now. So a real chance for the Who.
Yeah, Watt trying to regress in towards Art side, see if he can find himself a nice timing. Needs to multi-frag here because they're down in numbers. You can still see Vizsla alive on the site, and he's going to crunch Watt with multiple other players. Minimize on the lurk through middle. Not sure how much more he can do realistically. That's a really nice pistol to open things up for the Who.
Not bad. I was talking about it. You know, a kind of start that I want to see from them would be gathering the pistol. You get the second round. Maybe, just maybe, if you can pull away the bonus round, then we start to see something better from them. But yeah, a pistol round like that, I don't want to write too much about it. Just give them some confidence.
Yeah,
and that's hopefully what they got there.
They need every little edge that they can get in a game like this. So just make sure that they're putting themselves off on the right foot. Is the main thing, and hope that they're able to do something with that.
Bit of conditioning maybe is what we'll be seeing from RDW later on with the cascade towards A main nice and early. Just going to be provisioning an orb on the back of that one.
Seems like they want to farm both orbs this round, trying to min-max what they can get out of an eco. Bonobo just fighting over towards B-Long, all on his lonesome. Gloom gonna underarm himself a flash, and RDW actually getting the plant on in here. So 95X doing a pretty good job of getting what value they can out of that eco. They got both orbs. They're able to get the plant down as well, so a little bit of extra cash there. I think the Who will be happy that they didn't drop too many guns. And look, Bonobo's able to secure himself knives there, so he could drop Bulldog over to someone else and cycle in the knives. Be able to make it a bit more dangerous of a bonus than it might have been otherwise.
Well, this is the scenario that I'm talking about, right? This is the round that I kind of want to see if the Who are able to pick it away, that they do get started quite nicely. And maybe it was just a case of Haven being a bad map, right? It was their own map pick. But you know, it sometimes does happen. We'll see. Maybe 95X need a little bit more things on this map, a little bit more practice when it comes to Pearl on this attacker side. But yeah, they got the guns now. One away from the Reckoning as well for RDW.
And knives out for Bonobo. Taking a little bit of a peek into middle, and he's got pretty quick flank timing here, but the turret going to keep him in the bay. Here's what we've been seeing internationally as well. The Cascade going to be able to allow 95X to find some space up B-Long here, and in comes the Reckoning.
We'll see what they're going to be able to find in the back, but though lots of utility surrounding this B side at the moment. Crossing of the walls. See what they're going to be able to do though, as Vizsla cannot escape from the paint shells of Lou. The plant is going to start to go on down. I don't know if there was a cove that was thrown on towards it, but Gloom, he's thrown a bit of utility to deny the plant for the time being. There is a lot of time still on that clock, but it will look a little bit risky for the Who on this retake, or maybe rather for 95X, because they're a little bit stuck here.
They are. KO Knife does hit two of these players on backside, so the Who know what they're kind of retaking into a little better now.
How much longer do they have on Gloom with the 0 point? Is that what they are waiting for at the moment? A great flash into the back holes, however evident. I say great, it's a bit of a team flash. It felt like everybody at the back of it was blinded. Zort good for 2. They know where Dragon is in the middle of the open, and Gloom throws out his own flash. There's time for a defuse. That bonus round Pilsky is what I was talking about for the Who to find, and they found it.
Yeah, much better start for them on Pearl here. The dream start to Pearl, really, as they're going to survive the bonus with one gun up. It's going to force 95X back onto the half buy. They're not down and out by any means, but this is going to give us a better chance here for the Who to actually show what they're made of a little bit better, right? You know, they've got good cash. They've got a good start to this game. Going to be able to get the op out nice and early on. And actually with the plant there, 95X are going to be able to afford a buy with the light armor and the Bulldog. They're going to give things a crack here.
If they do go towards the B site, though, that's the operator of Bonobo that they're going to have to contest with. And Gloom with a 0 point can get some early information at the club, but not using it. Cascade's going to come up.
Oh, this is cute from Bonobo. That's really nice positioning from him over on screen side. Heads up play on the jet. Peer over the top of the wall, see if he can further extend the advantage after losing that first pick. Minimize going down. It's going to be a little bit harder for 95X to work this map control. They're going to have to rely on the boom bot or maybe a second cascade on in there from RD. But outside of that, they're going to have to get most of these this map control protocols done just dry walking in.
And what would be the path of least resistance for them right now as well? It feels like every angle is going to be cordoned off by something of the Who. It's what you want on the defensive side of things. See what they can do with all this utility as they do start to extend through Art. Out into the link. There's that cascade that you make mention of. It's a bit of a closer one to block out anything from the flowers. Cove on in. They're looking for a post plant.
Yeah, able to get it pretty smoothly here, but you can see patience from the Who. I'm loving what I'm seeing from them. They're not overextending, trying to maintain this man advantage. Drone through Art now, Dion.
Yeah, it didn't spot him out though. And Vizsla is going to get caught dropping on down. There is a satchel here for Lou to be able to throw in if he feels like it. But Zork is just going to spot out RDW. Can't quite navigate it into a kill. So as 95X do pick up a player advantage, they're going to start to be brought in towards the site. Gloom denied anything as Mirza now has to try and do a lot with Bonobo. An operator is not what you want in for a retake. He's going to switch over his weapons, but time is ticking away a little bit too deep. And the three members of 95X all grouped together. Bonobo going to be at least good for one, make it a second, but RDW there to find the finalization for HP as 95X, they are finally on the board.
Yeah, I think they realized with that previous round coming down to the 1v1 between Gloom and Dragon, money was pretty fragile there for the Who on a couple of the players. So they've been able to convert now. And 95X starting to pressure the economy here of the Who a little bit more. The Who is still able to buy up, but their cash a little bit all over the place means a whole bunch of light armor. Vizsla goes down to the judge instead of having a primary rifle, so we'll see where he's going to position himself. And this is going to be a big swing round. 95X dropping a couple of guns in that previous round are pretty broke. Showstopper and Seekers online, and that's exactly what 95X is going to use here. Seekers goes straight through connector, but they're kind of denied entry there.
Yeah, Minimize is just hopping on down as the rocket is brought out. Lou is just going to be absolutely denied. That's a cheeky one to come through from Vizsla. Yeah, you've got your link control right now, Pelski, but apart from that for 95X, there's no entry in towards B allowed. They're going to have to slow things down.
If Dragon can get himself a pick here, he'll have the lockdown. 95X just pumping the brakes, letting the B long players start to take contact now before they start wrapping through link.
Oh, Gloom, that is a nice swing. Then RDW is a bit stuck behind the pillar as well. So he does fall back. Bonobo, very sharp one on towards Minimize. This is looking much better from the Who compared to last map. RDW and Dragon individually to see what they can do to get back into this round.
It's pretty disjointed from 95X. I'm not really sure what the call was, quite honestly. Dragon's found himself space through defense spawn here.
30 seconds left.
Three-man walk up link. The Who trying to hold hands, make sure that they don't lose from this man advantage situation. Dragon's
can't even get
a lot of space towards B, but yeah, RDW is
that spike can't go to B. I mean, like he has to go A.
He doesn't have time. He's going to probably try and cove plant A, I guess.
10 seconds left.
And Zork is going to start to move. Oh, it's going to be about the timing. RDW is going to hear him. 4 seconds. There's 3.5 to get it down.
Did he miss it?
Yeah, he missed it.
You need 4 seconds to play.
Yeah, you need 4. Yeah, not 3.5. Yeah, you need 4. Interesting. 3.5 on the half defuse. Well, yeah, I don't really know what the plan is for 95X there.
Yeah, I mean, that round was pretty bad. Not going to lie. I don't know what they were doing. Felt like there wasn't really a clear call. The B long players were looking to take some contact over there, and then I was expecting the link players to meet up with that. Then it felt like the swing came on B long. RDW wanted to cascade and back up B long, and Minimize was trying to fight down link. So felt like they were trying to take duels all over the place and kind of fell apart at the seams a little bit. And then Dragon trying to lurk through spawn, just a little bit all over the place. Definitely not the kind of round that you'd expect out of a team of their caliber, but at the same time, what can you really expect from a team that's literally just been put together right before this stage?
Bit to talk about for them, of course.
At the same time, though, like the Who is good enough to punish them, and they're playing a good game of Valorant right now. So that's what I wanted to see. Similar to the game of GZL and Fun Crew earlier. This is what I want to see out of these tier 2 teams in Oceania.
Yeah.
Like if you're playing a 95x, you know, you're not going to win the series. I hate to say it, you're really not. The upsets are extremely rare. I've watched domestic TAC FPS for like 6-7 years now, you know, but it's good if you can make a map competitive. That's what we want to see.
A bit of cheeky counter here for the Who. If things do go over towards the A site, bit of a forward line for them waiting on Gloom's flash. There's a bit of a team blinding. He's going to be careful with those. That's twice now that that's happened, and this time it might get the better of him. RDW in with 2 onto that Judge. A Reckoning and the Trailblazer. Everything is just going towards Gloom. He is finally punished for a team flash, and this is a round that is just completely turned upside down. If you're the Who, do you look for damage? Do you just look to save? Your economy's not really there.
Spike planted.
I think they have enough. I don't know what their loss bonus is not great. So yeah, their money is going to be not great. Dragon's able to find Zork in the side of the head. Vizsla seeing how many guns he can take away at this point. That's really the realistic expectation. But that's a massive round. 95x, winning a Thrifty and picking up 3 rifles, almost 4. Couldn't quite find the last one on Dragon there at the end. And the cash is just good enough to be able to put a buy together, but now this is a chance to potentially get reset for the Who. Lockdown's available for 95x. That's a massive economy swing, and you can see it. 2.4 to 3.8 on 4 of the players. Insane for them to win a round like that and then pick up so many guns. You can see they're going to be able to go for multiple gun rounds back to back off the back of that, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on the Who here. We need to see them min-max their ults over the next couple of rounds and find impact with them if they're going to stay competitive in this half. Otherwise, they're going to get reset by 95x here and be back on the back foot again.
Yeah. And of course, last round, RDW using that Reckoning to get in towards the A site. This time, they don't have that available, but they do have a lockdown, 1 away as well from the Viper's Pit for the post. And if they want to, of course, a bunch of ultimates for the Who as well, who are just buying a lot of their utility right now, finding some time, utilizing it.
Feels like 95x going to 2-man walk into Art, probably Trailblazer on in for Minimize, I would say. That's exactly what we see, but he's not checked Vizsla.
Oh, it could have been massive if he found 2, but is that the be-all and end-all in this round? Because now finally 95x are getting in towards the site, and they're looking to completely clear out all the angles, get all of the control that they want. A Cove plan again. It's going to be destroyed, but only really going to be good for nothing at the end of that. A couple of wasted shots, wasted bullets, bit of pressure starting to be built. Zork could find Minimize looking the wrong way, but he gets decapitated. That is kind of nutty.
Here's the Cosmic and the KO ult. Minimize going to start flanking, but Mirza already ready for that. 3-on-3 now.
Yeah, tap on the spike as well. Are they going to be able to bring him off there? What, going for a bit of a spray. Mirza on a Lou as well. This null command really putting in good work, but RDW a spray of 2. Mirza is going to peek out the wrong side of the nebula, and RDW is going to make the Who see stars with that one.
That's just what he does. That's RDW in his element, in his prime. Put him in a clutch situation, post-plant XVX, and he just comes up with the goods. Seen it.
Does it make up for the other round?
No, that other round was horrific. And I really hope that old mate in the coach slot lays into them for that one. But look, this game is now kind of turned on its head because that eco win in straight into the gun round. That was 1, breaking the economy of the Who means that 95x, you know, they might be behind a round, but they're really actually quite ahead in this half now.
Yeah. Well, we'll start walking towards the B side at the moment. Alduring going to be spotting out a bunch of information, but again, it's going to be this Reckoning to force the Who out of the site. This may very well be a 5 versus 5 attempted retake, and with the sheriffs, I mean, we'll see what the Who are going to be able to do. And RDW wasn't actually planting in the cove there, and he's going to be taken out because of it.
Yeah, small details do end up mattering. Now you're getting the lockdown here. The Who are actually going to give this a crack here, Dion. Oh my god, where did all those frags inside the pit come from, though?
Yeah, a couple of wild sprays, it does look like. And with these lockdowns going on I'm probably thinking that with those kills for the Who, maybe they just want to try and escape with that gun from Mirza. They do look to still give it a crack, because he was stuck in the back of the hole. He's still doing some good work, though. My word. If he found the third, it would have been absolutely everything. But he has put Bonobo in a situation to win this. Remember, Pilsky, the spike hasn't even been planted yet in the thick of things. The 1 versus 2 position revealed. A couple of blades to go. Needs to hit a headshot with one of these two to get them back online. He doesn't have another weapon. Dawn of Heaven will only net him a sheriff.
I've got your trail.
And the Seek is invested as well from Minimize for the remainder of the info. Now they know where he is. Oh! Well, we'll see what he can do here. Yeah. Clearing the corners. 95X don't need to go for the early peek to give him a chance. They can wait for him to tap the spike. Just play the percentages now. Blue spotted out. Smoke on and a tap. Clear the back of holes. But yeah, by the reposition of Mini, you called it. It was pretty nice.
So got dicey there for a second. A lot of ults invested there because the Who really tried to go for that one. Doesn't end up going their way though, and 95X still with a reasonably strong economy here. They're all out of ults though. Closest is Lou's Showstopper. Hunter's Fury and Cosmic for the Who could definitely help them get through this next gun round. Down to a bunch of light armors though. So phantom headshots are definitely a concern at this point. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a main contest here early on.
Yeah, well, the Who have managed to gather control of it yet again. This time there's going to be no gravity well from what? From Mirza to stop any aggression.
Mirza just circle jumping out B long there. Sees the contact coming in, and look at this big rotation on from the Who. Already 3 players over towards Swarm.
No ults though this time, and RDW making sure that plan is going to go down in a cove this time. An early plan, a 5 versus 5. You're taking out Vizsla, Mirza. Will he use the Cosmic Divide? I mean, this is a gun round that has come in from the Who. They are hunting Minimize, and they can't quite dislodge him just yet. I think this situation, you might just have to try and justify a save.
Yeah, they're not getting back in here. They got no util.
Toxin screen down.
And looking like another good gun round for 95X. Full save coming out for the Who. Really not backing themselves into this situation. Surprised to not see the Cosmic Rip there, but I guess from a man disadvantage, how much is that really going to help? Hard to say.
Yeah, there needs to be a little bit of a reset for the Who right now. I think the way they started this game, might have been assisted from 95X with a couple of blunders of their own, right? Now they've kind of figured out what they need to do, and it's back to the usual showing.
I mean, this is what happened yesterday in the games between Nerd Punt and... who did they play yesterday? My brain is just really not working tonight.
XYZ.
XYZ, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a similar kind of thing. Like the Who is XYZ in this case, and early on they're getting a couple good rounds on in here. Playing some good Valorant, and they put themselves in the pole position, winning pistol. I think they won first bonus as well. So regardless of what your level is as a team, that's going to be able to get you some good rounds on the board. That's going to be able to get you in a good position to actually contest a half. But once the better team does get their money back under control and starts pitching in some good rounds here and there, that's where the game goes exactly as you see. 4 in a row for 95X, getting straight back on top of things. And that's exactly what we saw from Nerd Punt yesterday. As soon as they got economy control, started getting some good gun rounds in, it was straight back to what you expect to see from the series.
Yeah, hopefully that timeout is going to give the Who the talk that they needed to get back into this ride as well. It would be the start here in this gun round, but I don't know. These retakes that they've had in the past couple of bits as well, right? It's been a little bit awkward for the fact that we've seen from our position that 95X got a couple of kills without even seeing, you know, the Who members. So I think you got to take it with a bit of a grain of salt with how those attempted retakes were happening too.
Mid aggression from Bonobo, as well as Zork looking for an opening pick. Still got Dash active, so he wants to try to make the most of it. Not quite able to do so, unfortunately. I think some of the retakes have looked a bit sloppy for the Who. The positioning before they kick off the retake has been good, but the way that they scale and take map control and how they use their util has really not been good enough.
Yeah, well, put it this way, right?
Players like
they got Mercer at the A site with no push to B or to mid. Everyone just holding kind of positions, watching for 95X to do something. And now, whilst they've finally done something and gotten in towards the A site, you don't really have any contest here. You've got a flank potential if the Who want to do that through art. And you really can't even call that a big flank because 95X, they know that that's going to be a position now because they're pushing in towards the back of the site. They're pushing into where the Who should be coming from, and now they just exactly know where everything's happening. It's quite readable from 95X.
Yeah, I mean, they've taken map control. They know that the retake's coming in through art, and they've got a 180 crossfire. Showstopper comes out. It's just never going to work.
Yeah.
It's just never going to work.
Starting to really see what works for 95X though over on the first map being translated here as well. You know, they're just hitting their shots, playing together as a unit, going in with good calls as well. It's looking better.
100%. And back down onto another half buy here for the Who. Merza is saving his Cosmic for next game at this point, I think. He's had it for this whole half, has he not?
He's not used one at all, yeah.
Oh dear.
Which is something that I always feel is an annoyance and a pet peeve, right? Because we know in this game, your ultimates can be round defining things, but if you're not using them, you're missing the chance to get another one. So just use it.
Zork just started B lobby from the A side of the map. Love to see that. That's cute. It's going to be another A hit, anti-eco here.
Well, let us see what Zork is going to be able to do with these two shock darts potentially as something to get things started, because the 95X members, again, they are looking to push over through towards Secret, and oh, you've got Zork who's going to be looking after that one with a Marshal. It is just that eco round to kind of come through from the Who at the end of the day. But let's just see what damage they can start to deliver on with. Yep, that gun mini is not going to work at the distance that you want it to. RDW good for 2, and then the reload out from the Phantom will get the job done.
Last gun round here, see if the Who can just try to add the cherry on top to a decent half for themselves. Obviously, it was 4-1 initially. We are, you know, miles away from how they started this half. But look, if they can chip themselves in for a 5th and get themselves pistol on attack, then, you know, this game could look a little closer.
Yeah.
One off the KO ult for Gloom there. That could definitely help one of these retakes. Seeker's almost there for minimize. Reckoning for RD. Seems like they're just going to do the A hit again.
Last time that null command was utilized by Gloom, RDW got a 1 versus 3 clutch. So no RDW equals round win, right?
Oh, for sure. Minimize now got the Seekers. Looks like it's just going to be an art split into 8. I love this progression orb out of what? He throws the Toxic Orb on this choke point, picks it up, and then throws it deeper in towards the arc connector there.
Yeah, it's pretty snazzy, not gonna lie. There's the null commando pop from Gloom. A minute on the clock still remaining. The 95X want to continue to go into here. They definitely do. Dragon's taking out Merza, so for this whole half, no Cosmic Divide used at all. Vissla on towards Mini means that this retake can start to look a little bit more potent. We'll see what 95X are going to be able to do. How many players did that actually reveal? Gloom is down for the count, but this flank from Bonobo can be everything. The first one is fair. Zork take the second, and the retake is successful for the Who. So they actually make a pretty decent half considering what we've seen so far.
Yeah, 100%. They started the half super well. It's good to see them chip in one more gun round at the end. And 5-7, honestly, on Pearl, 5-7 ain't bad on defense. A lot of people think that this map bit attack sided. Depends who you ask, but I feel like if you're getting 5 on defense, you're not too unhappy with that.
I think a lot of it is going to help though with this pistol round as well, right? Because if you can convert that 5 into a 7, tie things up before that first gun rounds, certainly gives you I think the biggest thing is confidence for a team like the Who right now against 95X. I think that's what they need. Back it up with the firepower, but really, you know, right on the back of that momentum that you got 5 at least as a pass mark. You got the first 2 rounds in the half. You got the bonus last time too, remember? So do it again.
They get the dart in towards Art side there, dealt with by Watt, who's just jiggling in towards the middle. Mini and Lou both contesting Link. Flash up over the top, and nice shot from Gloom to kick things off. But Nobo picks Watt as well, trying to trade out Art. So a 2-man advantage for the Who here.
And this is the start that you wanted. No flashes. No main smokes for 95X. Of course, you still got RDW who can get quite reactive with the high tide. He's got a cascade in there as well. Starting to regress in through mid. Might actually manage to catch Gloom here, which they do.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think the Who just turtling around the spike, trying to pick that back up. Nice turret positioning, just keeping that A main push in check. Dragon going to throw his own turret up on top of the A site. 40 seconds. I mean, they can go anywhere they want here, the Who. Still concerned that there could be someone close top mid, so they don't want to stomp around, rotating back over to B. But look at this heads up stacks. 95X are already reading this one. What
Where
util
do they look
got? They
to
got
position?
they got the alarm bot. They got the boom bot here.
I think for me, it's where do you look to position at the moment as well, right? If RDW stays here and they go for a bit of an open plant, potentially be everything. They only need to deny the plant, Pilski. There's 10 seconds to go, and that wall might have actually just provided them with the situation that they can look to get a safe plant here. RDW, this frenzy is starting to go blur. The plant goes down, but the kills are being collected. It's all in a Zork. And 1 versus 2. He's got 2 shock darts as well, but I don't really think you can use them from this position, specifically with that wall going down. RDW spots him out, and he's able to get him with the frenzy in the end too. That's a cheeky one.
He was jiggling, and it's the left eye, right eye peek. You can see his bloody shoulder around the side of the screen when Gloom can't see anything. Unfortunate for the man. Or was it Zork? I think it was Zork. When Zork can't see anything.
Yeah, Zork.
So pistol win there from 95X. Heads up B stack from them. And that's why you see a lot of good teams in TAC FPS when they go and take map control somewhere and there's been an initial contact. They don't always like hard rotate towards the other side of the map. Sometimes they'll just cut the brakes, cut sound, see if there's going to be aggression. That will force the other team to kind of naturally rotate and split the map a little bit more, and then you can just re-exec the site. You don't always need to overcomplicate things.
Well, there is still a real chance that the Who can come away with a round like this. There's not the greatest amount of weaponry on the 95X side. Them Spectres at long range. Potentially you get the Deagle, or the Sheriff rather, from Mercer and Vizsla to catch a kill.
Get the Trailblazer up through middle. Nice trade from Bonobo on the Frenzy. Makes it look scary even at that range.
Minimize. Probably wants to get rid of the Spectre on the floor, but would have given up his position. Now they know it with the dink on towards Zork.
Nice ping from the dart. See the Who just still trying to harass him. Minimize. Not even necessarily trying to juggle the gun away, just calling RDW over to come and pick it up.
Yeah, the spikes in spawn. Moses just had to go and get that while the rest of his team starts to get up towards this A site. It's all onto what? They start to scale on up. The dash on in is good from Bonobo. He's putting in some good work in this round as well. A couple of kills. Good advantage for them. They'll be able to get the plant. No denial of that. So it is going to go to a retake.
Plant being established. 95X feeling the pressure a little bit. They have got good util on the sky as well as the harbor to be able to retake, and that's exactly why you run this comp. Flashing through the harbor util there.
Yeah, the cove is going to be destroyed with the damage. You've still got the Cascade and the High Tire. They're both about to fade at the same time, and RDW tries to go through, but Nobo is good for the kill. But the problem there, Pilski, is that Dragon already got the defuse.
That's just great damage though. You've got knives online for Bonobo as well in a round like this. Would love to see him just rip those. Not really
Placing swamp grenade.
necessary to always just Vandal straight away.
Here.
Rather see him mix in the knives, especially when you did that much economic damage. You can probably expect the other team to either light buy or just hard force, in which case, you know, the knives are fine either way. But he is going to Vandal. Turret across from Vizsla, get this B long control. Seems like the Who running a bit of a slower default. RDW's already got an early timing for his Reckoning, but I don't think he's going to be investing that in a round like this unless things start going well. And he has actually contested a main early on here, not seen a whole lot of anything, which is going to get 95x stacked over on this B side of the map. It's a bit of an incorrect read.
RDW. He was toying with a bit of a scary situation there, but he does manage to fall on off. He's got a Reckoning that he can throw into this as well, but I think you just have to concede this one for a bit of a retake. If you can steal Vizsla's gun away, actually, that could be a pretty good weapon to use in a retake. Meanwhile, while the fight goes on at B, Spike is actually taken down over at A, and it starts to get planted. It's a bit deeper towards Secret. I wonder if RDW spotted that, if he knows that they're going there, because that Reckoning, oh, it got a spiral off. And now what's going to start to come in? There's the first and the second. It's just onto Mirza. He's had a bit of a struggle, someone so far, and they're going to bonk him. Oh, dear. That's going to be in a highlight reel later.
I mean, the irony is that I think Mirza was on that bonk team at one point. Not Minimizer's bonk team, but the really weird random bonkers team with like Mike and whatnot. So... and he's been bonked by the original bonker, and I think there's some poetry there, you know, because I don't know if that bonkers team was endorsed by the original bonkers man or not. Yeah, they just won the half buy round on the Sheriffs, which is, again, I mean, we've been saying it all night long how good that is for your economy, and I feel like 95x has been getting away with that more often than not. Again, they've put themselves in a position where their economy is absolutely out of control now, and this attacking side half of Pearl gets 50 times harder for the Who. Bonobo still hasn't mixed in his knives, which, you know, he's been getting kills here and there. He's been dying. He's potentially missed up to 4 or 5 orbs at this point.
Yeah.
Here.
Very important round for the Who, though, Pilsky. Credits are looking a little bit absent on the back of this buy, though. It's not the greatest start either. This time, RDW winning the duel against Bonobo. You know, but getting some heals from Mini. It's going to come down to the timing as well. Do the Who look to just start to run in towards this A site? Mini, I don't know if they knew he was here. He hadn't revealed himself just yet. Now they know with the blade. The flash is good for him. Navigates through the wall quite nicely. Has an idea that Vizsla has potentially gone to the back of side. It could be a very decent position. As Vizsla does get taken down, though, Zork has to come up with Mirza. In a 1 versus 2. 45 HP. Spike is down.
Dragon's just on the line between him and the Spike. Lou anticipating there might be some kind of a cross, and as the turret goes down, that might just steal things, especially with the alarm bot for the wrap. Lou's coming back through water side, and that is going to be not only an 11th for 95x, but they break the Who's money heading into round number 17, which is a bit of a nightmare situation. I honestly think you force here. 3.3 on Vizsla. You can buy Vandal for Mirza. You can get yourself a Bulldog dropped over from Bonobo with knives mixed in. It's probably worth it, and they agree.
Yep. I wouldn't mind seeing them, you know, push again to grab an orb as well. They've been able to scoot across to B to get the positioning there kind of nicely. What ult would you favor, though? You're 1 away from your 3 that you don't have, except for the lockdown, which you're 2 away, so...
Probably KO ult. But there's a world where you might want to try and go orb plant. There's also a world where you just lose all map control because there's a pit in all through middle, and you've got a 3-man flank 5 seconds into the round. So
yeah, this is an interesting one. Oh my lord. We got it. We got a cosmic divide. And the flank is starting to come through for 95X as well. So this is all known. Minimize is going to get paint shelled by his teammate. But with the plant down, time is a pretty big factor for 95X on this retake.
100%.
See how it turns out at the top of the ramp. Minimize on towards Zork. I know where Mirza is as well. Tucked in at the cubby. Starting to push on through. Dragon has an isolated fight that he needs to try and win. But Bonobo says no towards that one. Mirza drops as well. Now they can start to shift their focus onto this defuse because they know where the Who members are starting to play from. A tap on towards the spike. The Cloud goes onto it as well. They're just trying to make sure that there's no chance for the Who to get back on towards denying this one. A missed molly as well is not the end of the world actually, because Bonobo is doing absolutely everything to keep the Who in this one. 95X will not find series point yet.
Yeah, still only 2 surviving though, and one of them had a bulldog, so rough situation. Dragged themselves kicking and screaming through the round off the back of some big plays from Bonobo. He's kind of been a standout this map at least. But like I said, because 95X won the round with the half buy sheriffs, their economy is more than good enough to be able to put together another buy here. So it's going to take another good gun round out of the Who to start fighting their way back into this half. And if they don't pick it up, they are again going to be broke, facing series elimination.
Yeah. Well, there's more games to play through the course of this tourney though, so not the end of the world. Hunter's Fury though for Zork. Is it going to be the end of a couple of these 95X members? RDW taken out, but now Dragon starts to get a couple of activated frags trying to hold down the A site. Lou, will he be cleared by the drone? They overlook that one, and he gets a great snap on towards Mirza. Paint shells to try and buy some time as the rockets also brought on out, and just like that, there is that 12th found for 95X.
Yeah, Bonobo and Mirza are going to be very broke. Gloom, Zork, Vizsla, all able to get Vandal light armor, but the others down to Sheriff light armor. It's really not what you would want to be looking at. Both teams have lockdown online and not really close to any other ults, and I dare say that's going to be attack timeout for the Who. Have a bit of a chat about how they can potentially scrape through this gun round and try to make a bit of a resurgence in this half, but it's really not going to be easy.
Well, I think one of the biggest things is they don't have access to the blades or anything like that as well, right? If they had that, kind of shift it into a better buy, of course, but you're going to have to come out with a very strong allotted play nice and early. It almost feels like to try and catch 95X at a weaker state where they've got less players location.
100%. So, look, 95X feeling pretty comfortable at this point. Minimize is even playing with his eyes closed for a second there. So, a little bit too easy for him, I think. The Who... See how they're going to mix in this lockdown. I feel like lockdown is kind of iffy on attack on this map. You know, you can use it over towards A, but similar to... what map is it? I feel like people are trying to run like KJ on Breeze here and there for a while, and it's like it doesn't really flush things out entirely. You know what I mean? Like it kind of clears out the close angles on the site, but kind of an iffy ult on attack at least.
It's like Haven and Ascent, where you've got some positions when you use it where there's gaps that you've got to have those nano lineups or something like that too to try and dislodge.
Yeah, honestly, this A site reminds me of A Ascent. You're 100% right, where you can still just sit Heaven, you could sit Dugout and max chill and still shoot people coming out main.
Well, 6 rounds of padding that 95X do have here, Pilski, to close this map up.
Bloom looking for first contact onto Watt. Just pushes him off the line, all goes up. So a bit of info gathered there for Watt. Gonna throw down a snake bite, try to halt the progression. Lewin minimize with a nice little 2-man setup off the turret here in connector.
Oh, minimize. What have you got for us here with Lou? The paint shells actually are going to be the bit of utility to get the Who from going.
Yeah, just denied entry into Link. Boombot cleared up, a bit of spam through the doors, but after all said and done, 35 seconds. The Who have got to decide where they're going and when. I think it's just going to be the ult on B from Vizsla, and they're going to end towards B with Gloom trying to sell a fake over here towards A.
Well, the problem is, if you're putting down a lockdown as Vizsla, you still got Dragon with his own around this B side too. That's just going to get dropped and you're denied entry. If he drops it right now, they have to fight to deny it.
He's going to drop it. They are going to... Oh, he's actually going to wait. They are going to get the spike down here. Vizsla's still holding on to his for the post plant. So that's going to be 2 lockdowns traded quite nicely here.
Oh, Vizsla wins duel against Dragon and against Minimize. Okay, this shifts the tides in this round at the moment to RDW and What, who honestly probably just save or look for a bit of damage.
Yeah, this is exactly the kind of gun round that you needed to win as the Who.
Yeah.
2 guns picked up on the sheriffing players. You're going to have 5 players surviving potentially here. This is actually massive. If you're going to be able to scrape it through back into OT, this would be the way to do it. 95X should have enough cash for a buy, especially with the saved guns here though. So Minimize will be able to buy, so will Dragon, and I dare say What can just drop loot.
Yeah. Bit of cheeky harbor tech for those that didn't know as well, because apparently this is not a known, a very well known thing. If you're dropping your signature high tide, if you right click, it'll stop it where it currently is. So you don't have to shoot it the complete distance all the time. It's a good thing for people to know.
Very nice. Oh, another gun round here. A chance to reset for the Who, which would put them closer to 9. Looks like they want to contest a bit of A main control. 95X on the other hand are more so focused on this middle part of the map with the link set up. Going to try to hold down this A main choke point. Good pressure applied by the Who. I didn't think they really wanted to actually commit into A there, just wanted to take control. And that's exactly what they've done.
Take flight.
No access to the lockdown like the last one as an exit strategy though for the Who. That's 0 point. I think did catch Minimize.
Little bit of mid pressure from 95X is really putting the Who through their paces. It's forced out the drone and 0 point. So they don't really have a whole lot of extra util to be moving through the map. Really just recon bolt and a flash to be able to contest map control. And the rest of the time they're just going to be walking around. Looks like they're just going to kick off an art split here.
Yeah, and this is where things could be a little bit dire for them. Not only has Lou just found Gloom through the smoke, but there's still 3 remaining 95X players on the side itself. So this is where things are just going to have to be individually won by the Who. Bonobo has been pretty paramount to finding the success in a lot of these rounds. And now IDW is here through the cove. It's a great flash actually through, but he's not going to go with it. Minimize to find Bonobo. Merz is already low as well, Pilski, and this is just going to be chaotic. 15 seconds less than to try and get that spike on down, and the Cascade is going to block off one player's vision and helpful ability in this one. Vizsla, though, maybe didn't need to see his opponents. Minimize is down. What to push on out. And it's all going to be on to Vizsla, but he bows out as well. 13-7 is the final scoreline here on Pearl.
Yeah, I think the Who, you know, pushing back a little bit, showing us some good rounds here or there, especially the way that they started Pearl. Was really rooting for them, but tough first game here in Challenges Oceania. Tough draw, pretty much drawing the best team in the comp straight away. So it should be only up from here from these boys. I'm keen to see, you know, they've kept the majority of the core together from last season, picked up a couple of new players, and I'm keen to see what they can do against some more beatable teams here, and if they can get themselves a little bit better of a placing than last season.
Yeah, of course, that is the end of the week as well. So it does mean everyone's 1-0 and 0-1 games are done now. So we'll get a bit of a change up to see who's going to be playing who, which is going to be cool. Of course, you know, it's one of those things where because of the nature of this stage, you'll be playing everybody, right? So you get to test your chances and your force against all the other teams. And I think in this current opening draw, a lot of the teams have been stacked from one end of the spectrum to the other, right? We're moving towards the next weeks, and it might mix up a little bit where you're playing a team that you might not necessarily be completely unmatched against, right? It'll be a little bit closer. So for the Who, for teams like your Mammoth and your GZL and stuff, it's going to be that time now to take away from these series. What have you learned? What do you need to work on? You'll know who your opponent is come next week. Get that research in. Figure out what you need to do to try and get maybe not the victory if it's not your goal, but figure out what your actual achievable goal is.
I think it's honestly achievable for most of these teams below Nerd Punt to be getting themselves a top 4 here. Like, I actually reckon most of these teams, if they put a lot of work in and they improve and their team gels and they work hard, that they can probably secure themselves a 4th place, which is a respectable result, getting top 4 domestically, I would say.
Well, I think as well, one thing to remember is just don't be 7th or 8th, because then you're into playoffs. You're in the chance to get more money. You're in a chance at least to try and get to that ascension slot.
Yeah, just win games, bro, I think is the answer. Unfortunately, the Who did not take that advice today, but plenty more series for them to play, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody gets 7 or something, I think, all the other teams that are in here. But of course, we are just trying to get one of the players on the line from the winning side, of course, to get a bit of information. I think, Pilsky, I really want to know what you asked earlier on, right? How did this roster actually form? Who maybe poached who, or how did you get Lou? How did you get the players on board?
Yeah, I'm interested to see as well, and it's interesting to see that this kind of a roster has been put together now that there's an international slot on the line. I think that always kind of makes things a little bit more dire, I suppose. A little bit more urgency in terms of the roster moves and all that.
Yeah, it's a little bit more stress on them, I think, as well, to figure out what works for you. But maybe we can ask Mr. Watt from 95X how he's feeling about the current state of things. Firstly, congratulations on the win here. But what we want to know from you, how did this roster and all these players come together for this turnout?
It was more just like we had some issues with previous players and we wanted just to make the strongest roster possible. So we decided to just, get Lou, Dragon, and Artie, probably the best 3 players that we possibly could have picked up that are free agents. And hopefully we'll just dominate. That's the goal. We just got the best and hopefully we'll be the best.
Yeah, nice. I'll throw a couple questions at you. How's the coach going? Because we had an interview from him last season. How did you find him? Initially, how did he come into the team, and how is he kind of going for you guys?
Yeah, Alex has been probably the best coach I've ever had. Honestly, I don't know how he got on the team. I think Mini did his thing and just somehow found some American and got him in. But dude, he's been incredible. Like, all our success, like, so much goes towards just him being here, like all through stage 1 as well. It was just such a massive help. He's just been helping with all the keeping us in check, keeping us like focusing on fundamentals, keeping us just the chemistry, like any problems we have, we can go to him. It's just been an amazing help having him on board.
Sweet. And I'll also ask, you guys got any more, boot camp plans? What's your practice like? Are you playing like C teams? Are you able to find many OS teams, or what's the prac looking like?
So at the moment we're doing a bit of both, because because there's a big slot on the line now. A lot more OS teams are scrimming, but we are still doing the SEA scrims. And regarding the boot camps, we've got another boot camp coming up pretty soon, and we're also going to DreamHack Melbourne. We're all flying down there, so look out for that. That'll be real fun. I think Nerd Punt's going as well, so bit of LAN action.
Ooh,
awesome.
Yeah, no, very keen on that one, of course. Congratulations for the victory today. Best of luck to the rest of this one, and we'll see you next week.
Yep. Thanks a lot, guys.
Cool. There you go. Some words in from Watt. It's good to see that, the org is getting behind them to get some boot camps in, that they're all able to come together as well. That'll be pretty fun. But Pilsy, why don't we check in with the standings right now for where everybody is in this current tournament. Of course, the 1-0s and the 0-1s that I made mention to are done and dusted. I guess, in all of our 1-0s, it's going to be interesting to see when they all fight. But for our 0-1s as well, what are they going to be able to deliver when they play against each other?
Yeah, I think all of those 0-1 games could go any which way. I think the only game that was a question mark was Cooper Troopers and Mammoth, so good to see Cooper Troopers picking that one up. And then the other three teams that you see up the top there are pretty much expected. Those are the teams that I'd expect to be seeing in the top 3, and the rest is, I guess in what order is a bit of a question mark, and the rest of the 4th to the 8th teams, we'll see what we're going to get from them this season.
Well, I know we checked earlier on our top 5 after yesterday's games, and of course that was only 4 teams that got to play. Today we've got the other remaining 4 teams that have played. So who is at the top of our top 5? We saw that Dragon, put in a good performance. We saw that Norson here has put in a good performance as well, and he has actually managed to take the top.
Yeah, I'd love to see a picture of him because I know he's a very handsome fella and we're all being deprived. But yeah, good to see Norson on top. Mike, another good day at the office as well. And then Feta, Dark and Milky retaining their spots in towards the top 5 there. So we'll see. Get a couple more games. It's only one game of sample size. Let's not get too carried away. I'd imagine that's probably going to get shaken up a fair bit yet.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you on that one. Of course, make sure you all return next week for when our next games do come on through. It'll be next Thursday. What's the date of that one as well coming out? The 13th, it does look like to be. We're going to be having Fun Crew versus Nerd Punt and Mammoth versus GZL. So make sure you all stay tuned for that one. But from us, have a good weekend. If you celebrate Easter as well, make sure you do celebrate that with your friends and family. We wish you the best. We'll see you next time.